City of Oconomowoc Common Council meeting for Tuesday, February 16th, 2021. Has appropriate meeting notification been made?
Yes, Your Honor, it has.
If all would rise and for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Call roll, please.
Alderman Kavieski,
Here.
Alderman Rogers,
Here.
Rozick,
Here.
Alderman Zaffel,
Here.
Alderman Ellis,
Here.
Alderman Spiegelberg. Here. Alderman Mulder,
Here.
Alderman Shellpepper.
Here.
Thanks.
Welcome, everyone. We're going to open up a public hearing on the keeping of chickens. In the back of the room, there are some blue cards. If you'd like to make a comment during the public hearing, please fill out a card and hand it to one of our staff, and they'll bring it up here. What I want to explain with the public hearing is you have a short time, a 3-minute time, to share your opinion on any topic regarding the chicken ordinance. What we do request is that if several comments have been made on the same topic, please just echo those comments, but we're trying to keep it to a reasonable time frame. When you come up to the podium, there'll be a little clock, and it's a 3-minute countdown, so please try to keep your comments to 3 minutes if possible. And again, duplication, you can reference somebody before you, so you agree with them, but we want to try to be as concise, especially with the number of people, and we have quite a few comments today. But again, thank you all for coming. We really appreciate your engagement here and sharing your opinion on this issue. So I'd like to call to order our public hearing on the keeping of chickens. Mr. Gallo.
Good evening to you, Mayor and council members. I will introduce the proposed zoning ordinance text amendment regarding allowing backyard chickens in the residential districts within the city. The current ordinance that we have does not contain any specific language that prohibits chickens or other fowl. Residents call me asking if they can raise these types of animals or keep as domestic pets. Some people don't see regulations, so they believe they are allowed. That's happened. Others don't call at all, and they just go and start raising these animals. The city has discussed this topic in past years, but the ordinance did not have the support to go forward for approvals. We currently have people with chickens in the city, and we have others asking right now if they can have them. Last December, the Plan Commission directed the Planning Department staff to research this topic and bring forward an ordinance. A public hearing was held on February 3rd, about 2 weeks ago, and at that time, 15 people spoke. The Plan Commission recommended to favor the ordinance to the council with no changes. The motion passed 4-3. The Plan Commission wanted the council to consider 4 items. 1, only for single-family use. 2, only on lots greater than 20,000 square feet. 3, maintain a 25-foot setback for coops and runs from the lot lines. And 4, if one of the animal turns out to be a rooster, to give them 10 days to relocate it outside of the city. In my research, I found there are communities that have voted in favor and against chicken ordinances. Examples of those who voted against would include the city of Pewaukee, the city of West Bend, the village of Grafton, and the city of Shorewood. Those in favor would be the city of Cedarburg, city of Mequon, city of Brookfield, and city of Delafield. Delafield, though, you need 1 acre, minimum lot size. Mequon, you need 1.5 acres. Brookfield, you need a minimum of 3 acres. So if you hear these communities have ordinances, some of them do have minimum lot size requirements. Some communities might not have any lot size requirements. So let's briefly review the ordinance. The ordinance was borrowed from the city of Stoughton, Wisconsin. It was tailored specifically for the city of Oconomowoc. There are listed requirements to prevent the raising of chickens to become a nuisance to the neighbors. I'll go through those. So there's a maximum of 4 hens, no roosters, no more than 4 per lot. They're allowed only in single-family zones, duplex, and IP zoning, and that could be a discussion item. The coop in the run area would have to be 25 feet from an adjacent lot line and allowed in the rear yard only. Coops less than 65 square feet in size are exempt from getting a permit. But anything greater than that, when people go inside these, they do need a building permit. The runs must contain the chickens. So we're talking fencing, potentially an enclosure, a netting on top. Chickens do fly. Selling of eggs from the property would be prohibited. We don't want these to turn into retail businesses. Slaughtering is allowed, but only inside of buildings. Noise and odor standards must be met. A proof of state livestock premise registration would be required, which I heard is not that difficult to get. And keeping of turkey, ducks, and geese are prohibited. Again, that was the ordinance. The Plan Commission asked for 4 things: single-family use only, eliminate things from the duplex, and the IP district is still in there. That is uses such as schools, the YMCA, churches, daycares. Only on lots greater than 20,000 square feet, which is about a ½ acre in size. Maintain that 25-foot setback from the lot line and allow time if mistakenly purchased a rooster. City staff had the opportunity to review this ordinance. The police department is against the ordinance. They believe it will cause significant calls for service with loose animals and complaints about noise. The Western Lakes Fire District noted that they have responded to coop fires in other communities. So they would like to see an ordinance prohibit open flame heating devices in the coop or run area. The building inspector provided recommendations, which are listed in your staff report, that talk about food contained in rodent-proof containers, obtain adjacent property owners' approvals, and enclosure to be predator resistant. These were just some recommendations thrown out there by the building inspector. The city did receive a lot of feedback from citizens and petitions, both for the ordinance and against the ordinance. These items were all forwarded to the Common Council's attention as we received them. At this time, staff recommends the ordinance with any potential changes that the council directs staff to make. I will be available later in the evening in this meeting to just answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gallo. For our audience, you have 3 minutes to give us your opinions and your thoughts with regard to this public hearing. I want to make sure that you're aware this is not a discussion, so the council is not going to respond to questions, things along those lines. But our planning director, Mr. Gallo, is going to be taking notes, and you're welcome to join us later in the agenda today as they have open discussion about the chicken ordinance. We're going to start off with our first name. When you come to the podium, please state your name and your address, please. Lynn Wright.
Lynn Wright, 707 Marigold Street. I'm here tonight to support the chicken ordinance. I'm excited about this ordinance as I've wanted it for a long time and know many others who also support it. I thought I'd be after the big group who I have this whole presentation about the regulation changes. So I'm going to go from what I know. I agree with the regulation changes proposed. For item number 2, no chicken coop or run area shall be closer than we're proposing 10 feet instead of 25 feet to any residential lot line. I think this change is very important, or you're unfairly discriminating against many property owners. The 12,000 square foot or whatever is ridiculous. Number 6, chickens shall be kept within the co-op run area. We would like to add or yard fenced to sufficiently contain chickens at all times. I think it's important for the health and nutrition of the chickens to be able to roam in a fenced-in backyard so they can get exercise and graze on grass and act as natural pest control. The Plan Commission recommended approval of a chicken ordinance, so all the Common Council needs to do is fine-tune the ordinance. During the public hearing prior to the vote, about 15 people spoke and a majority were in favor. I agree with Alderman Liu, who serves on the Plan Commission, and is in favor of the ordinance. I also agree with resident Bill Peterson, who attended the meeting, as is in favor of allowing chickens. The February 11th edition of the Oconomowoc Enterprise states, resident Bill Penderson, who attended the meeting, is in favor of allowing chickens, said he used to live in Bayview and that his yard there was much smaller than his yard in Oconomowoc, and he was allowed to have chickens at his former home. It's ridiculous to make an argument that the lots are too small, Peterson said. Chickens are being kept all over the world and the U.S. in cities more populated and more urban, with neighbors closer to each other than we have in Oconomowoc. Alderman Liu said if there are issues with smell and noise, that there are current ordinances in place to deal with that. If you're being a responsible pet owner, you're taking care of that, and there's ordinance in place associated with those things that can be addressed if need be. No different than a dog. We don't take the property owner's rights away to have a dog by default in the city because some people have issues being responsible pet owners. So the government is we the people, not we the Common Council. We are a representative republic, and as such, you represent us as we elected you to represent what the majority of your constituents wants. And the
If you could
majority of
wrap up,
those-
please.
I'm almost done. And the majority is those who choose to make their voices heard. That's been at the Plan Commission, the petition, the people here tonight, phone calls and emails, and it's clear the majority are in favor. Public notice has been done, so at this point, the discussion needs to be not whether or not to approve a chicken ordinance, but the changes that have been proposed to the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Jane Hero.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jane Harrow, and I live at 425 West Wisconsin Ave. I am here tonight in support of the ordinance to allow backyard chickens in the city of Oconomowoc. I just want to share with you my experience in promoting and gathering support over the past few weeks for this cause. Emily Polkowski, who will be speaking later, and I started a chicken support group on Facebook that now has over 200 members. It's called Chickens of Oconomowoc, and we would love for you to join. We also circulated a petition that has 131 signatures so far from City of Oconomowoc residents. I've printed off a copy for each of you to review. We gathered many of these signatures by walking around downtown Oconomowoc, and I can count on two hands the number of people I spoke with who were opposed. I believe that if the guidelines of this ordinance are followed, even with an amendment to shorten the distance from the lot line, chicken owners will not hinder the quality of life that we all enjoy. Thank you so much for your time, and I wish you all a great clucking evening.
Thank you. Mary Peterson, please.
Hello, my name is Mary Peterson. I live on 144 Wooden Lane. Hello, Alderman Matt. Hello, Alderman Andy. Hello, Alderman Lou. Hello, Alderwoman Karen. Hello, Alderman Charles. Hello, Alderman Kevin. Hello, Alderman Matt. Hello, Alderman John. Hello, Mayor Magnus. My first reason is we did a experiment one time with a factory farm egg and our egg. The factory farm egg was pale, pale yellow, and our egg was bright, bright orange. And why our egg was bright, bright orange is because they got to run around in the fenced-in backyard and have all the bugs. That's why we need change number 6, because right now it says they have to stay in the coop at all times. And that would mean that they would not be able to eat that many bugs, and you would have to get poison to kill the bugs. And that would mean it would go into our beautiful water system where it runs out into the Comox River, Laco Bell, and Fall Lake. And it's so sad to think about why the factory farm eggs are pale, pale yellow. It's because they get such a tight space, they hardly get any room, and they get their beaks, half of them cut off. And sometimes they get their feet clipped. Also, I was only 3 when I last had them, but I still remember them. Opening the door of the treehouse to let them out because they were eating bugs inside of the playhouse. I also remember chasing it with bare feet trying to catch one when I was only 3 years old. And I also remember catching one when I was only 3 years old. Thank you for listening.
Very well done. Thank you, Mary. Dalbke? Brian Dalbke?
Might be in the other room.
Okay, we'll come back to him. Emily Pekalski.
Hi, my name is Emily Polkowski. I live at 434 South Franklin Street. First of all, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk to you about how backyard chickens are important to my family and I. We have 4 backyard hens that are kept in a covered coop and a heated coop. I have seen the benefits of keeping backyard chickens firsthand, and that's what I want to share with you tonight. Chickens are great for controlling pests and eating disease-carrying insects, including ticks. Their turds are high-quality natural fertilizer, and hens produce healthier eggs than those bought in stores. But most importantly, to us, our chickens have become part of our family. They each have their own personality. They have been a great experience for my children and have brought lots of joy and entertainment into our home. Knowing that they are going to lay for only 3 years is not a worry to us, as they have truly become a part of our family, just like any of our other pets. I know the concerns that have been brought up by those opposed to this ordinance. In my experience, I haven't had any issues with predatory animals coming into my yard. I keep my coop clean, and even in the heat of summer, it doesn't smell. And my hens make a bit of noise like any other animal, but it's rare in occurrence and definitely quieter than a dog. I 100% believe that if the guidelines are followed, chicken owners can make great neighbors. Jackson, is there anything you want to add? You don't have to. You want to say something? This is Jackson.
Our chickens are the best chickens that exist.
Thank you for your time.
Well done. Thank you. Taylor Poles. Oh, do we have Mr. Brian? Let's move on. Let's go back to Brian Dalbke, please. Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Brian Dalbke. I live at W352N5980 Nelson Road in Oconomowoc. And I'm here to support the chicken ordinance. I moved here about 1.5 years from the land of Lincoln, Illinois. I like to call it the land of regulation. And one of the reasons I like to come here is to be a little more free to do what I want with my land. So I generally believe that. And I also agree with having some rules in place so that neighbors are not bothered. I do think the 25-foot rule is too restrictive for the city. It eliminates a lot of lots that wouldn't be available for this. So I do support the 10-foot reduction on that. My outlook on freedom is a little bit different, though. I think everybody in this country should have the right to provide a sustainable food supply. I think that's under attack with all the genetic modified, everything that's out there, vegetables, even animals, cows, chickens that are mass produced is a big issue. All the seed supply and all food is really controlled. So I think people need to have that sustainable available to them. So that's my main point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Taylor Poles?
Hi, my name is Taylor Pales. I live at 36594 Country Cove Court, and I'm here in support of a chicken ordinance. I do think it's important to have some regulations, but I think some of the regulations proposed don't make much sense. I personally started out with chickens in my backyard about 11 years ago in the city of Milwaukee, where we had a 1/4 acre lot, which I guess is about half the size of the proposed 1/2 acre. And with 4 kids, a deck, firewood pile, we had plenty of room to play ball and run around with having the chickens. So I think a 1/4 acre is more than enough space to have chickens. However, if you have a 1/4 acre and you got a 25-foot setback from the property lines and it's restricted to a backyard, I think that's too restrictive to make sense. So I guess 25 feet might make sense if you got a 1/2 acre, but I think a 1/2 acre is unreasonable. I'd like to echo what Little Miss Mary said too about it being very important for chickens to free range. It's very important for their health to run around and eat bugs and insects. I love the fact that they're out there eating ticks in the backyard to keep off my dogs and my kids. So yeah, I hope that the ordinance passes. I'm in favor of it, but I think that some of the limitations just don't make a lot of sense, coming from a past chicken owner for the last 10 years. Thanks.
Thank you. Susan Johnson?
Hi, I'm Susan Johnson, 854 Golden View Court. I am not in favor of the chicken ordinance for the reasons of odor issues, noise issues, lower property values, enforcement issues for those who choose not to abide by the rules, and potential neighbor disputes. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Woods?
Mr. Mayor and council members, my name is Tom Woods. I live at 1521 Grandview Avenue. I have already written each of you a letter, but I want to read something into the record tonight. Really, I'm concerned about quality of life and fairness in the treatment of pets. Contact with animals generally improve our quality of life. They provide companionship and comfort. If chickens provide similar positive benefits for owners and less of a negative impact for neighbors than common pets like dogs and cats, I believe the city should not discriminate against residents who prefer chickens as companion animals and thus legalize their presence in the city. Many people in the city keep animals as pets. Some like dogs, some like cats, some like chickens. Like other animal-human relationships, chickens provide comfort and companionship for their owners. But they have added value. They also provide protein, improving our nutrition, something cats and dogs do not do. Why do we allow cats and dogs in the city, but exclude chickens? Are chickens noisier than dogs? Hen chickens certainly are not. Their contented clucking really has a calming effect on people, like the purring of cats. Are chickens a danger to neighbors? Hen chickens do not bite, charge aggressively, or bark at neighbors, like some dogs do. Do chicken droppings smell worse than dog or cat droppings? Or is it more of a nuisance? No, but all are offensive when not regulated and their area is not cleaned regularly. Do chickens make a bigger mess than dogs? Of course not. If chickens get loose, they will not kill the house wren, the chickadee, or the goldfinch that you love to see at your backyard bird feeders the way roaming cats and even some dogs would. So if chickens have similar positive benefits to their owners and less of a negative impact on neighbors than dogs and cats, animals very commonly kept in the city now, why would you discriminate against chickens or the people who prefer to keep them? By city ordinance, dogs are allowed to roam outside within a fence placed 1 inch from the side and back property line and a foot from the front lot line. So basically, absolutely adjacent to any neighbor's use of their property. Given this allowance for dogs and cats, I think it's unreasonable to require chickens to be kept 25 feet from a lot line, as noted in the current draft of the proposed city ordinance. This requirement is overly restrictive and will make it impossible for many to keep chickens.
If you could wrap up, please.
Sure. It is tantamount to forbidding chickens. It is true chickens can fly short distances, dogs and cats can't, so proper rules need to be in place to address that difference. I support the adoption of the revised ordinance that proposes, which I have sent a copy to each of you of, proposes a maximum 10-foot setback, but I prefer even less. I urge you to support the adoption of an ordinance allowing the keeping of hen chickens in Oconomowoc. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan Sigmund.
Good evening, I'm Dan Sigmund from Rubicon, Wisconsin. I am not from Oconomowoc, but I have a little different perspective for everybody. We own and operate an organic dairy farm over in Rubicon, and we have a lot of families from the cities that come and visit our farm every weekend. And guess where the first place all the kids go with the moms? To the chicken coop. Everybody wants to see chickens. Now, I noticed on your agenda that it says life comes naturally here in Oconomowoc. And I think having chickens for your citizens make it possible for the people of Oconomowoc to have chickens would fall right in line with what you say Oconomowoc is all about here. Families are the backbone of Oconomowoc, are they not? Raising children is so important, and you have to raise them in a balanced way. They should experience what it means to produce food. We shouldn't have children thinking, like some do when they come to the farm, they thought food comes from the store. We found out this spring that the stores don't always have the food that you might need. So let's maybe think of helping everybody be a little more sustainable on their own. If you're gonna have 4 chickens, you can have 6. Chickens are not noisy unless you try to keep them cooped up in a pen. You let them run around, peck in the dirt, eat the bugs, they are happier than any chicken could want to be. And you might hear a little low-level cluck cluck, but they won't be a nuisance. Plus eggs for families, perfect balance of omega-3, 6s, and 9s. How much healthier can you get? Don't buy the store eggs. They're worse than anemic. There's nothing in them of value, but when you have the chickens running around, you will have a healthy egg, as you heard here. It's the perfect food. I would encourage you to support this. Give even more flexibility to the owners, especially when raising their children. This is going to be a very well-rounded activity for them, and it provides some responsibility for them also. Have you ever went out to the chicken coop to collect eggs? That is something that every child should experience, and not every child can live on a farm to do that. So I would really encourage you to do that. It'll just make for, I believe, a better city all around. And if there are some individuals that can't see past themselves for the benefit of everybody else who are raising families, I feel sorry for them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Walter Dombrowski.
Hi, my name is Walter Dombrowski. I live at 148 Woodland Lane, and I'm totally opposed to having chickens in the city of Oconomowoc, period. They're just, in my case, they were just too noisy. Thank you.
Thank you. Isaac Peterson.
My name is Isaac Peterson. I live at 144 Woodland Lane. I'm so excited to be here. One of the reasons why I think we should allow backyard chickens in the city of Oconomowoc is that so many other cities around the United States allow them in much smaller lots than we have here. In New York City, in all 5 boroughs, chickens are allowed, from the fanciest apartment in Manhattan to the simplest neighborhood. They're even allowed on balconies. And other cities around the United States that they're allowed in are like Chicago, Minneapolis, Seattle, Washington, D.C., and some more cities around here, like Heartland, Cedarburg, Waukesha, Wauwatosa, Dousman, Glendale, Stevens Point, Wausau, and a lot more. Another reason why I think we should allow backyard chickens in Oconomowoc is that eating your fresh backyard chicken eggs is a great example of sustainable food systems. Many of us drink apple juice, which apples are shipped all the way from China, and our milk sometimes comes from Texas, and much of our produce and meat come all the way across the country, often from California. Eating backyard fresh chicken eggs is a great example of sustainable food systems to future generations like me. Let's be forward-thinking and sustainable. Let's be forward-thinking and progressive. Let's not be afraid of something new that's actually not so new, because having backyard chickens in the city of Oconomowoc is actually a part of this city's heritage. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Nicely done. Joe Kennitz.
Hi, I'm Joe. I live at 267 Ridgeway Path. I feel kind of bad because I'm following a lot of the good ones. So I guess all I have to say is I am in support of the option for people to have chickens in their property. I think it's there's a little bit of hubris in that it has to be 25 feet from the property line. I think there's a natural tendency to think, you have to have a big property to do great things. But as somebody who probably will never get chickens, I think that's too much to demand to say, because your property is too small, you're not allowed to, but I can because I have a big house or big lot. Because there's so much that was said, I guess I would just ask all of the people here that are listening, is there something that's so great about your opinion that says you, citizen of Oconomowoc, cannot hold 4 hen chickens in your yard because of XYZ? If it does, I guess just to add too, if you think it's not okay for them to have it, I suppose ask the same for chickens and dogs. Like I said, I don't care for most animals, but a lot of my neighbors do, and they love their animals. They have little yippy dogs that poop in my yard, and they're loud during the night, but they love their dog. Let the neighbors enjoy their chickens. So that's it.
Thank you. Annie Kelly.
My name is Ann Kelly. I live at 340 Woodland Lane, and I'm here to oppose the ordinance of the chickens. My opinion comes from a couple of my neighbors who have had them next door to them and told me how loud they were, and I kind of value my quiet time. I think property owners should not have rights at the expense of others who live near them. I know property rights are a big deal, but I also think that neighbors living next to people also have rights. City ordinances are not made just for the rights of property owners. They're made also for the rights of their neighbors. For instance, there's a city ordinance to limit heights of fences between yards to be just 6 feet. This is for the benefit of the neighbors. Another ordinance prohibits recreational vehicles from being parked in front yards. and another dictates how firewood can be stored in a yard and how close it can be to a neighbor's yard. These are all in place in order to protect neighbors' rights and quality of life. Then there are also noise restrictions at certain times of the day that residents in Oconomowoc must abide by. Allowing chickens in residential neighborhoods is not in the best interest of the general population. Please tell me how chickens can be quieted at all times of the day, especially early in the morning when many people are trying to sleep. By accommodating the wishes of a few, we will not be allowing for the quality of life for most. Thank you.
Thank you. Carrie Vanda Zandy.
Good evening. I'm Carrie Vanda Zandy. I live at 134 Woodland Lane in Oconomowoc. First of all, I want to share with those of you here in favor of the ordinance, which I am not, that I completely understand this attraction. I love taking care of animals, especially farm animals. I often raise my hand to volunteer to do so with my rural friends who need help from time to time. There's nothing better than those farm eggs for baking, for cooking. I completely agree they're the healthiest choice for all of us. I also want to talk about the fact that we are so lucky that right outside our city limits, we have these beautiful family farms that are committed to raising animals in humane and healthy ways. They make their livings doing this and have chosen an environment that supports that choice. We are so lucky that in many cases, you can also support these families at our local farmers markets and our grocery stores. I purchase pigs from a local, or pigs, I purchase eggs from a local, sorry, don't purchase pigs, from a local grocery store, from the Piggly Wiggly, in town, from one of these families committed to providing options to those of us who want them. The next thing I want to talk to is life comes naturally here. I love that logo that we have for our city. It can be taken in so many different directions, depending on your individual definition of what's natural. For some people, that means letting their grass grow too long. For some people, it could be listening to music too loudly in the middle of the night if they're music lovers. Could even be you're a nudist and you want to run around without clothes. All of these things are not necessarily in the definition for all. My point with all this is that as human beings, we all have different definitions of what living naturally is. Because these definitions don't always match up, we need things like city officials and ordinances to help us manage and live together. We have choices we can make to accomplish our goals within those rules. If living close to towns, schools, stores, events is a priority to you and your family, then the city is a wonderful place. If having an experience of raising chickens and farm animals is an experience you desire for yourself and your family, there are more rural areas to choose from. We can't have it all. In a world that seems to be constantly looking at ourselves, and that gentleman spoke to that, and I totally agree, but I think it goes absolutely both ways. Let's take a minute to consider the bigger picture here. How can we all live together and still have the quality of life we're hoping for? The discussion lately seems to be a competition, going for the win, rather than finding common ground to raise our families and live in this beautiful city. So, just saying, I'm not in favor, but I thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Nancy Showers.
I'm Nancy Showers. I live at 178 Woodland Lane, and I oppose the chicken ordinance, and I just echo what Carrie Vanda Zandy just said. Thank you.
Thank you. Don Bunjakowski.
Hi, I'm Don Bunchkowski. I live at 142 Woodland Lane, which seems to be well represented here tonight. And I think that is the most important thing, because there may be 200 people on a petition and 160 people here and there in support of this issue. But that, in my estimation, in a city of 16,000 is a relatively small number. Woodland Lane comprises of about 39 residential dwellings. They are TR lots, typical residential, small. We live close together. 6 years ago, our neighbors got chickens, and it was not an enjoyable experience for the neighbors on either side, front, back, left, right, multiple doors down. Most of them are here tonight. 34 signatures were garnered 6 years ago out of the 39 residents of people who are opposed to the chicken ordinance. I've gathered 5 more just today, people who've hand-delivered letters, which my wife has, and I can pass on to the council if they need it. But what I believe is this is a much more accurate model of what we will see all over the city of Oconomowoc, because until you've lived with it, you don't know what it's like. So in this microcosm of Woodland Lane, which is a very small neighborhood and a short street, over 90% of the residents are against this, which, as I say, is a pretty accurate model to what we will see throughout the city. And once the ordinance is in, it's too late. It's going to be too late to walk it back. For some to propose a 10-foot rule, which, like I said, I did live next to chickens for a year, and it was not good. The chickens got out. The chickens were a nuisance. The chickens made noise. The chickens defecated on the fences and the kids' playgrounds and flew over the fence. And let's face it, people tend to relax the rules once they get their foot in the door. And that seems to be what this is all about. So in that vein, I would hope you would consider that just because there seems to be some apathy within the city, I don't blame people. There's COVID-19. It's cold. People have better things to do. People are unaware of what the chickens are actually like. So I'm urging that any proposal for the chicken ordinance be dropped. It is not a good ordinance for the city of Oconomowoc. And I have one more point I know I wanted to make, but I guess, like I said, if your neighbors to the left of you, to the right of you, behind you, in front of you, don't want it, and you want it despite that, it speaks to what kind of neighbor maybe you want to be. Most people here want to be respectful and care about the rights of their neighbors, and I think that's what this is all about. I appreciate the time, and thank you for your concern on this matter.
Thank you. Emmy Chavez?
Hello, I'm Emmy Chavez. I live at 914 Westover. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. I'm a resident of Oconomowoc and a nursing student. I have worked in healthcare for many years and come to speak in favor of this ordinance. Lyme's disease is a big problem for Wisconsinites. I personally know many people who have suffered Lyme's disease, including children, some children who have almost died of it. Having backyard chickens is a natural and effective way to decrease the tick population in our backyard. I have printed copies of the abstracts from 4 studies that support my claims about how chickens are effective and natural ways to decrease the tick population. The article on the first page shows that chickens showed that they caught on average of 81 ticks in just an hour, some with upwards of 200 ticks in an hour. They are very effective at managing tick populations. I also would like to echo what others have said about lowering the restriction from 25 feet from a property line down to 10 feet if there is a restriction, period. I think that it's a public health matter that we need to lower any obstacles that our residents would have to protecting their families and in a sustainable and healthy way. I also request that you guys amend the ordinance to also allow for chickens to roam freely in a fenced backyard where they can be safely contained. This would allow them to have the maximum amount of impact, getting as many ticks as they can, and thus improving their own diet and ours as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Sharon Bunjakowski?
Hello, my name is Sharon Bunchkowski. I live at 142 Woodland Lane, and I have the unique experience of living next door to 4 chickens. It was awful. We were woken up almost daily between 5 and 6 in the morning. They would make this high screeching noise that you could hear for blocks away. I know people, including Lou, who lives on the next street over, and he even talked about, oh, my kids thought that noise was fun or interesting or whatever. So he's admitting that he could hear it the next block over. There is no way that you can compare chickens to dogs or cats. If your neighbor has a dog and they're barking, that neighbor can call the dog in. You can't bring your chickens into your house. Or your neighbor could also put a bark collar on the dog to help the quality of life of your neighbors. No dog owner wants to anger their neighbors. But with chickens, you have no choice in the matter as far as noise. I don't know about this clucking thing that everybody talks about. I rarely heard them clucking, rarely. And we live inches. Their house is inches from our lot line. There is no way, even the best pet owner, and by the way, they're not pets, they are farm animals, which is why you have to get all these ordinances and have them registered as livestock. The quality of life just isn't there. I have rights to have a quiet life. I have a right to sleep and not be woken up. I have a right to eat in my backyard without smelling a chicken coop. And who is going to be checking in on all this? Who's going to be monitoring all this? Are we going to have to hire people in the city to make sure that rules are being followed? Because I can tell you, they will not be followed by this family, because they already were told they were not allowed to have chickens, and they went and got them anyway. So we know that this is not going to work out, and our lives are going to be changed. Every person around them says no to the chickens because they've already experienced it. When we were first told that they were going to have chickens, and they said, well, let's give it a year and see how it works out. And we thought, hey, I don't care. I don't know anything about chickens. I thought they just clucked as well. But once they were there, no way. I'm sorry. It lowers your property value. If I'm trying to show my house and those chickens are going crazy, or the smell, or looking at a coop, I don't want to be looking at someone's coop. I have rights too, and these city lots are too small to have them even have a smaller amount so everyone can have chickens. What about the rest of us? These are very few people that want chickens, and the rest of us are all going to have to suffer for it. And you can't take that ordinance away once it's put in place. And the police don't want it. What does that say? They've already been on calls. They know what it's like. We don't want to be using our taxpayer dollars to pay police to go to people's houses because they can't keep their chickens quiet. Chickens are farm animals. They are not pets. Please, please vote to not have chickens in the city. There is no reason for it. No reason. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleen Peterson.
I'm Colleen Peterson, 144 Woodland Lane. Thank you so much for taking up this important issue that I feel is of the utmost importance. As we've been researching this for the last 3 weeks, I'm starting to think it's even more important than I even realized before. Before I get into all the reasons why I think it's important, I just want to jump right into some research that we've been doing these weeks. We called police departments and city planning departments of 6 different cities to see how are their chicken ordinances going. Are you having problems? What are your complaints like? What are your complaints of chickens compared to complaints of dogs? Here's what I found out. I spoke with Kim, who is the building inspector in Cedarburg. Cedarburg adopted a chicken ordinance a few years ago on any size lots. The historic downtown of Cedarburg is very similar to the historic downtown of Oconomowoc. When we chose Oconomowoc, our realtor said, oh, what you want with a beautiful downtown area that's historic, and then it's very similar to either Oconomowoc or Cedarburg, which is why I called Cedarburg to compare. She said when they first passed the chicken ordinance, they got 2 calls complaining about the chickens. They said their coops were in the wrong spot. So she called the chicken owners and she asked them to move the coop, and they did. And she said there has never been a complaint since in Cedarburg. I called the village hall and the police department for the village of Heartland, who allows chickens on any size lot. The police department said that in 2020, they did not receive any complaint calls about chickens. In 2020, they received 6 complaint calls only about dogs. Village Hall reiterated to me that allowing backyard chickens has not caused any problems within the village of Heartland. I consider a lot of things about Heartland to be also similar to Oconomowoc. I spoke with Captain Fugman and the city of Glendale, which also allows chickens on small city lots with no 25-foot requirement and no lot size requirement. He said that they have way more dog complaints than chicken complaints. He said he'll take a couple of complaint calls about dogs several times a week, but he can't remember the last time he received a chicken complaint. He had a handful of inquiry calls of concern when the chicken ordinance first was passed, but it has not caused any major issues. He also reiterated to me multiple times that the chicken ordinance is not a problem and it is a positive thing for the city of Glendale. I called the city of Muskego Planning Department. The city said they have not had many chicken complaints at all. He said that people who want chickens are respectful of the ordinance. I also spoke with one of the dispatchers from the City of Muskego Police Department. She said she has worked as a dispatcher for about a year for 50 hours a week, and she never receives chicken complaint calls. She said she receives multiple dog complaints every week for bites, loose dogs, and excessive barking, but no chicken complaints. Finally, I called the City of New Berlin Police Department, who also, in New Berlin, you can also have chickens on any size lot, no 25-foot setback, and no lot size requirement. They told me they do not get any chicken complaints. This is all great news. It shows that having 4 backyard hens is not just for huge lots, and this is not without precedent. It's with precedent not only all over the country in small populated urban areas, but also right around the Lake Country and greater Milwaukee area and cities that are similar to Oconomowoc. And
If you can wrap it up, please.
thank you so much. And so I was very happy to hear that there just aren't the complaints that people think there are going to be. It seems like this problem on Woodland Lane is a microcosm problem, and it is, I think, a lot of pressure for people to think a certain way. I thank you so much for your time and your attention to this important matter of sustainability for our families. Thank you.
Thank you. Vicki Karsten.
Vicki Karsten, I live at 188 Woodland Lane, so we have quite a few people from Woodland Lane. I think that this, when all this came about, it was a very emotional situation for our neighborhood. Our neighborhood is very welcoming. The kids play on the green in the area where you first come in. Everybody has gotten along really, really well. Very family, very social. When the chickens came in, they kind of came out of the sky. I love chickens. I love what they do. I like the eggs. I have no problem with a chicken. I don't know if a chicken is a pet. I don't think I'd classify them like a dog or a cat. However, I don't think this is about how many ticks or things that they can eat to keep the backyard better. I think it's about the small lot. If it's going to be in the city, there should be some kind of ordinance to keep it within a certain area. These chickens were in the backyard, abutting people's side yard, backyard, and they were everywhere. And I think it's unfortunate that this happened, but if you're going to have chickens in Oconomowoc, I think there need to be some restrictions. As far as the noise value, I think that's something you have to think about for the people that have lived next to them. They're the only ones that can give you a feeling for what it was like. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Sandra Perkins.
I'm Sandra Perkins. I live at 618 East Wilson Street. My husband and I owned horses for over 50 years, and we rather miss them. So we'd like to have a couple of mini horses in our yard. We have a 0.24 acres size lot. We figured that 2 of them would fit in a garden shed. I'd have to have a second garden shed to hold the bedding and the hay. We would have the manure pile on, I figured on the front lawn so that the neighbors could come and help themselves to it for their gardens. We will put up a fence around our yard. These animals are no bigger than a large breed dog, and they're very quiet, much quieter probably than chickens. Now, this, of course, is ridiculous. Mini horses don't belong in the city of Oconomowoc or in any city. And I don't think that chickens do either. I personally do not want to live next door to a chicken coop, particularly not one that's 10 feet from our lot line. You may as well put up a sign on that chicken coop, cafeteria, free to all, coyotes, raccoons, skunks, foxes, and rats. I don't want to live next door to that, and I rather wonder if any of you folks do as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Lynn Barnett. We'll move on. Susan Moncrief.
Hello, my name's Susan Moncrief. I live at 128 Woodland Lane, and that has been my home for 3 years. When I was looking for a home, I was looking for a smaller lot and a city environment, and I consider myself very fortunate that I did find that. I was not looking for a rural environment, and I did not want to have something like backyard chickens living near me. Specifically, my lot, I have 5 neighbors, and even if 2 or 3 of them have chickens, I would feel like I live in the middle of a farm, and I don't think I would enjoy that at all. So I just wanted to say that I am against backyard chickens.
Thank you. Lynn Barnett.
Hello. I don't live anywhere close to anybody that has chickens, but I live in the River Bluff subdivision, 455 River Bluff. But our subdivisions are really big, lot lines and stuff. So I don't, like I said, I don't know of anybody that has them near me, but I personally am against, and I do not support it just because, you know, where do you stop? Do you stop at pigs coming or cows? I mean, depending on the lot line, of course, but I mean, some people might want to start raising a pig. So how do you say yes to chickens and no to pigs? Anyways, I do love eggs. I do love things that chickens do, but I'm not affected by it, so I can't really say that it's affecting me personally. But again, they could bring in the wild animals like everybody else has said. The smells, you know, if they do bring in some of the wild animals, they could really affect children that are in the nearby areas. Again, it doesn't affect me personally, but again, I am very against it. So.
Thank you. Bill Peterson.
All right. Bill Peterson, 144 Woodland Lane, Woodlands neighborhood. Let us not forget our city motto, life comes naturally here. I think it's pretty obvious what that means, but maybe it's not. I'm here to voice my support for the city of Oconomowoc passing an ordinance to allow the keeping of hens on city lots and allowing life to come more naturally here for us residents. Keeping chickens can be a wonderful experience for everyone involved. It can be. I mean, it's ridiculous to say this is going to be a problem. It can be awesome for everybody with an open mind. Everyone here, families, neighbors, city officials, everyone. Through best practices and common sense, any issues people can think of that would be present can be alleviated through proper management. There's no issue that anyone's brought up that can't be figured out. This ordinance does not change the existing city noise and odor standards. We are still bound by those. Chickens themselves do not smell, nor does a well-maintained coop Hens are quiet animals and are within the allowed 60 to 70 decibels. That is the noise ordinance. At their brief loudest clucking, per the CDC website, that's on par with the normal human conversation, the noise level of an air conditioner. Not a big deal. Hens are 2 to 3 times quieter than a barking dog or my neighbor's lawnmower, which at 90 decibels exceed the city's noise standards, which no one says anything about. Chickens sleep when we sleep. No chickens waking you up in the middle of the morning. Chickens sleep when we sleep. Fact, this is truth and facts. I'm talking truth and facts, not crazy hearsay. This is true stuff. Even though hens are already quiet enough, there are strategies that can make them even quieter. Get a quieter chicken breed. Build a bigger run, build a bigger coop. Let them forage around your yard. These will be quiet chickens. Chickens are quiet. Predators are no more attracted to chickens than they are to wild birds, rabbits, squirrels, other small animals already living in your yards. No coyote came and ate my chickens. The ordinance recommended by the Plan Commission need to be tweaked before it passes this council. I'm a licensed professional practicing civil engineer, and I spent numerous hours, too many, this week utilizing the Waukesha County Parks and Land Use Land Information System. Yes, I know that sounds like a nerd. Cross-referencing with the July 1st zoning map, I discovered TR lots account for 48% of this city, 48% of the residential lots in the city. I confirm that a 50-foot wide lot is typical. There are also 60, 75, 80-foot TR lots, and that is the overwhelming majority. There's a few exceptions, but that's the majority of TR lots. Regulation 2, which says 25-foot setback, this is physically not possible on a 50-foot lot and practically not possible on a larger lot, because even though you have a width on a 75, 85-foot lot, there's no flexibility. You know, you have to stick it right smack dab in the middle of your backyard.
If you could wrap it up, please.
Yes. You know, Regulation 2 needs to be changed to a more realistic and practical 10-foot setback. This ordinance should be written to be attainable for our residents. Right off the bat, half the residents can't even do this because they live in SRs with HOAs. So why are we going to restrict the other half that actually could possibly do this? This shouldn't be an ordinance that's written only for the elitist, few people that can actually do this. This should be something that's for the ordinary common person in Oconomowoc. Also, Regulation 6, and I have copies I handed out, and I think you have them already, where it talks about keeping them in a, we should just say, keep the chickens on your property, keep them in a sufficiently
If you
contained,
can wrap it
fenced
up, please.
backyard. Yep. Chickens have massive value as a family pet and will help our city live out our motto. This is really simple. Thank you.
Thank you. Kateri Peterson.
Hello, I live on 144 Woodland Lane, Oconomowoc. I am here to support chickens. I remember when we had chickens when I was only 6 years old, and they were fun. I would run and try to catch them and chase them and hold them. One time, one of our chickens jumped to a raspberry bush and got the raspberry in midair and came back down. And that was just hilarious. A lot of neighbors like to come over and see the chickens and have fun with them. And chickens weren't for their eggs. They were just for a pet. They were like a pet, like a dog. They were fun. And it was so sad when we had to get rid of them. I like dogs, and dogs are, I wish I had a dog, and dogs are really cool. But why? I'm glad that we allow dogs in Oconomowoc, but why do we allow dogs when we don't allow chickens that are way quieter? And when a dog goes up to a fence and often barks, when a chicken goes up to a fence, grabs a bug, and is quiet and hides. That's what they like to do. A chicken that's way quieter than a dog has to can't go by the fence, has to stay in their coop at all times. That's why I think we should change the ordinance for it can go in a fenced backyard and roam around. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very nicely done. Jacqueline Bulow. I'm not sure if I pronounced the last name right.
Good evening. My name is Jacqueline Buleje. I am not an Oconomowoc resident. I'm out in Dousman, but I was come to speak in support of the ordinance. I am a UW-Madison poultry scientist. I graduated with a BS in International Poultry Science and
Can you
related.
speak into the microphone a little bit more? We're having a hard time hearing you.
Sure. Is that better?
Perfect.
All right. My name is Jacqueline. I'm a Bachelor of Science graduate from UW-Madison. I studied International Poultry Science and related natural resources, and I came to support the ordinance of having chickens in Oconomowoc. I was in Milwaukee when we passed the Milwaukee City Ordinance back in 2011, coming on 10 years in July. I brought you some information to remind you that in America, Uncle Sam wanted you to raise 2 hens in your yard to help feed your family during war times. Also, that if you can do sustainable urban farming, then it'll help feed your family as well. Good protein from the mouths of babes. Important information, protein, nutrition, educational experience. I also wanted to touch up on what our concerns were for the opposing people of the Oconomowoc. In sound, they had said that the sound of chickens is really loud, and as we heard Bill state that that is not really possible. The ordinance says that there would not be any roosters allowed. Roosters are the male chicken, and they're the only ones that cluck at the break of day or the sunlight. Chickens cluck when they are laying their eggs to let you know that they had laid their egg. So it's just a clucking sound like that they make to state that that's what they have done. So that was the noise value. I think that talking to your neighbors would help you reduce the concern of not having a nice relationship with your neighbor in regards to your goal of having chickens. Supervision, I think everybody that wants to have chickens, they're the ones that are committed to set up the chicken coop, the chicken run, and are willing to do what it takes to have birds in the city. I believe that you're not just having the ordinance open to anybody, you have guidelines, the restrictions that it sounds like your ordinance wants to do, the 25-foot, sounds like a lot. I think I could push it back to 10 feet, that way it would be clean, but yet not so restrictive on where you can place that coop. Your other opposing was the noise, the property value. I have not seen any research or any actual documentation for property value to go down having chickens in the city. And that would be in Milwaukee and the surrounding areas. But this is Oconomowoc. I know it's a special place. I just think that you should also allow your community members to have that opportunity to raise chickens if they wish in their backyard. And as I said, from the mouths of babes, it's such an educational opportunity to have birds to learn responsibility. I don't completely believe that chickens can be your pet, but I believe in full circle of life, that you raise what you can eat and you know what you're putting into them, so you know what you're getting out of them. But it is an educational tool that is really helpful for children, as well as other adults that might not be well informed as to what the chicken life cycle is really about.
If you could wrap it up, please.
For sure. I just wanted to offer my services to you. If you had any questions regarding poultry, like I said, I am a poultry scientist. I do raise chickens. I am in Dousman. I'm not far away. And I would love to see you guys pass this ordinance in order for your community members to really support a sustainable background homesteading. Thank you so much. I'll leave these papers for you.
Thank you. Dean Johnson.
My name is Dean Johnson, and I do not live on Woodland Lane. I grew up on a farm with chickens. I don't think you'd really want to, you'd be opening up a can of worms for everybody involved in the city. So I'm against the chicken ordinance, and that's pretty much, and I moved into town 2 years ago, and I would not want chickens anywhere close to me. Thanks.
Thank you. Justin Langley.
There, I'm Justin Longley. I'm actually not a resident of Oconomowoc anymore. I was 5th generation family in this town, and the first 3 generations of them all maintained backyard flocks in this city. 2 of them at 245 West 2nd Street, which if anybody wants to take a look, the lot is barely larger than the house that sits on it. I moved out 8 years ago so that my children could have chickens and goats and a few other things. They got to learn a lot of responsibility, a lot of animal husbandry. And my eldest son went on to become a officer of FFA, and now he belongs to the Wisconsin Farm Bureau. And I wouldn't trade any of those experiences for anything. I urge you guys to please consider this ordinance and make it so that everybody has the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Dave Sorgensen?
Hi, I'm Dave Sorensen. I'm from 115, you guessed it, Woodland Lane. And so a lot of people in favor, well, I'm not in favor of this ordinance. Those in favor claim property rights. And as other people said, what about the rights of the neighborhood? The rights for quiet, for no awful aromas, for maintaining property values, for not attracting wildlife predators, which could endanger our pets. I have a small dog. I don't want them fighting with foxes and coyotes. Would you want to live next to a house with chickens? Would you like to live next to 2 or 3 houses with chickens? Would you want to try to sell your house in that situation? I know I wouldn't want to buy a house next to people raising chickens. And you know, allowing chickens would just be a slippery slope. So what's next? As people say, goats, sheep, pigs? How about this for an idea that will please both parties? How about we set up some facility just outside of town? People can keep their chickens there, they can visit them every day, but it's not in the middle of the neighborhood. Please vote against this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Katie Borman?
Hello, my name's Katie Borman. I actually do not currently live in Oconomowoc, but I was born and raised here. I actually live in apartments in East Troy. My balcony overlooks a chicken coop that my neighbors have. They're not part of the apartments, but their property line is right adjacent to the apartment property. And they had a rooster, and the rooster was really, really loud. And they got rid of the rooster, and I don't hear the hens at all. And they roam around their yard, and they're not a problem. We've heard a lot of people who live in a neighborhood around Oconomowoc that, to me, it sounds like maybe there's a little bit more going on, it's a neighbor dispute. I have no idea. All I know is that I think there's a lot more irritating things than seeing a chicken in your neighbor's yard. Screaming kids, motorcycles, lawnmowers. There's tons and tons of reasons why you can be a bad neighbor. I think if the ordinance is followed, there's no reason why people shouldn't be able to have chickens. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. That's the last of the blue cards that I have. Are there any other further comments from the public? No further comments, then we will close the,
fact that
if you could just put your name and
Don
address, please.
Bunchkowski again, 142 Woodland Lane. I consider myself a very tolerant person. I have a list as long as my arm of city ordinances that I just overlook because I don't want to be that guy. Nobody wants to be that guy here. Nobody wants to have issues with their neighbors. I don't have any issues with my neighbors. And I'll tell you, the people who claim that they can solve their problems and enforce the rules or do the things that need to be done, I still have a chicken coop sitting outside 2 feet off my property line that's been there for 5 years after the chickens were removed. It's not that simple. The reality is things don't always go as good as people say. And I just hope that is taken into consideration when we think about it. 10 feet is also half the distance of my living room. I have a deck right off my property line. I don't want to deal with this anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments from the public? Yes, please come forward, state your name and address. So did he. He did too. This will be the last
Doing
unless
it-
I have blue cards.
Am I allowed to speak again? I wasn't,
Very
I wasn't
quickly.
under that understanding that we could speak twice, but I will if I may.
Very quickly, please.
Okay. Colleen Peterson, 144 Woodland Lane. I just want to reiterate that chickens are a wonderful thing, and we all agree that we want to respect property rights and the rights of our neighbors. I love when people said, through best practices, any of these things can be alleviated. I also want to say that a lot of the issues that have been up tonight were issues that were hearsay that they didn't even know that we had the chickens until after the fact. And so I just wanted to say, I think this is a really great opportunity for the city to entertain this ordinance. And
Thank you,
there's
and if
some.
you can wrap it up, that would be
Okay,
great.
thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further comments from the public? At this point, we're going to close the public hearing on the keeping of chickens and move on to the next item, approval of meeting minutes, January 19th, 2021.
Zaffel, so moved.
I'm gonna-
We
excuse me.
need you, Alderman, if you can, when you make a motion in a second, if you could please state your last name. We're having a hard time hearing back here for our clerk. Let's start over. Somebody make a motion to approve the minutes of January 19th.
Second, Spiegelberg.
All in favor?
Aye.
The next part are comments and suggestions from the citizens. Do we have any further comments or suggestions from the citizens? I do not have any blue cards up here. Mr. Chebatuski, is there anything? Yes. Yes, that's fair. Come on up and please state your name again, and I
Okay,
did see
Lynn
that.
Wright, 707 Marigold Street.
You bet.
Okay, so I did not know there was a meeting before the meeting, so I'm glad I got here early. Because the thing about you guys approving, I think it's $42,000 more, 15% overage or whatever. And when I have contacted, not maybe all of you, but a lot of you know how much I've been involved for the past 6 years with trying to get those ramps for the underpass by Highway 67. You want to talk about a safety issue. That is the #1 safety issue in the city of Oconomowoc right now, okay? You have thousands of people crossing Highway 67, kids, bikes, all this stuff. And the city, I think, has allocated $150,000. The grant that came through, 2 bids, that's been bid twice because it's too much money, it's too big of a job for the little guy, and it's too little for the big guy, and the state wouldn't give more money. And if you guys can give more money for I'm sorry, it's a stupid baseball field for lights. When we're talking about the safety, everything about this community lately seems to been about a skateboard park, a park, $1.35 million. And you can come up with working with the county and the state or giving more money for those ramps. The underpass that's under cost $500,000, that was done by the state. You guys really need to step it up. Spend your time talking to the county, talking to the state, doing what needs to get done. Tyler Fote, who's the rep for the county for the town of Oconomowoc, you guys are responsible for these citizens' safety. I mean, as councilman, you can put in more money. If you could do what you just did tonight, you can find the money, and you say you have all this excess money, you need to find the money. There's nothing more important than the safety of this community, and that's a 6-lane highway. Okay, I hate going across it. I dread it every time. I almost got hit so many times. I cannot tell you, cannot count them. And I know other people, and I have a friend whose son did accidentally hit a biker and had to go to court and everything. It's really bad, you guys. Please consider it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further comments or suggestions from the citizens? Let's move on to item 7, consent agenda items A through C. Entertain a motion.
So moved. Mulder. Second, Kavieski.
All in favor?
Quick question, Mayor, on the
Yes.
consent agenda. On item, let's see, 7B, final reduction in letter of credit. So it says here from Rukert and Milty, we recommend the letter of credit not be reduced until such time as the lien waivers have been submitted to Oconomowoc Utilities. Has that happened? Have the lien waivers been submitted?
Ms. Sullivan?
Yes, they have.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had.
Cool. Any further comments? All in favor?
All right.
On to committee reports. You can stay there, Lori. Thank you. Start with our finance reports. Consider act on the budget amendments for grants donations received from the Northeast Region Development fourth quarter. Ms. Sullivan.
Okay, so this is our fourth quarter report, budget amendment for grants and donations to the city. So I am happy to report that our Routes to Recovery grant came in the amount of $335,000. So that includes $12,000 for elections, $12,000 for tourism, $20,000 for Western Lakes Fire District, and $291,000 for the city's general fund. Other donations that came through include all of the final donations for 517 Park, excuse me, and Imagination Station, and the regular donations that the people give for the library and the police department and the other in here. There's also a budget amendment in here for the Northeast region to true that up. I do need to point out that I did hand out a revised one of these to you. So that grant amount is actually $2,324 more than the one that was in the packet. Just a Focus on Energy grant that came through really late that we needed to get into the fourth quarter grants.
I'd like to entertain a motion.
Rozick to approve the budget amendment for grants donations received in the Northeast Regional Park True-Up.
Ellis, second.
Any further discussion? Call roll, please.
Alderman Kavieski.
Aye.
Alderman Rogers. Alderman Rozak.
Aye.
Alderman Zappel.
Aye.
Alderman Ellis.
Aye.
Alderman Spiegelberg.
Aye.
Alderman Mulder.
Aye.
Alderman Shellpepper.
All right.
We'll move on to our next item, which is consider act on various resolutions for the tax exempt and taxable GO bonds. Ms. Sullivan.
Tonight, you have 6 resolutions before you. Before we go through the resolutions, I have Mr. Phil Cosson here from Ellers and Associates that will go through the resolutions with you and talk through the bond issues that are on the agenda tonight. This is really after all of the approvals have gone through for the TIF 7 project plan and the TIF 7 project plan and the, I had 2 plans here, but after all of the approvals have gone through, the next step is to work on the financing for the plan itself. So with that, we will have 2 debt issues, one taxable, one tax exempt, and I'm going to call Phil up here to explain them both to you and answer your questions. Thanks, Phil.
Thank you, Lori. Mayor, council members, Phil Cosson with Ellers, nice to be back with you. We have a couple of debt issues in front of you tonight, and as Lori indicated, this is really the next step in the redevelopment of the Olympia Resort area. As you know, we created tax increment district number 7 over the last year. There's been a development agreement that's been worked out with Vanguard Development, and that sets forth then the next steps. And the next step here is to undertake some of the capital expenditures that have been spelled out in the development agreement. So we have 2 different issues and then 6 corresponding resolutions. They're all in your packet tonight, along with what we call a pre-sale report. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the pre-sale reports with you and give you kind of a quick summary of each of the issues, and then I'll talk about the resolutions afterwards. We have 2 different bond issues. One is tax exempt, the other is taxable, again, primarily related to tax increment district number 7. The $9,895,000 general obligation corporate purpose bond, series 2021A, will incorporate 2 different components. One are the road projects, road, water, sewer, and stormwater projects related to the first phase of the infrastructure needed to support the Vanguard development and redevelopment at that site. In addition to that, we have looked at the existing obligations of the city of Oconomowoc, and we have included the refinancing of one of the existing debt issues, the 2011 debt issue. Rates are of around 3% or so on that issue. With where we see the market today, it makes sense to look at refinancing that at the same time. So that's been incorporated into this debt issue as well. A little over $1 million of it will be refunding existing obligations. We're projecting sales that will lead to rates that will lead to about $15,000 or so of annual savings by doing that refunding, which is around 6% present value, well above the kind of the threshold that we would look at to refinance debt. So that's the first issue. The second issue is a taxable issue, and if you recall, we had a breakout taxable and tax exempt. The taxable piece was because it's going to benefit the developer, and also that's the first piece of it. And the second piece is to acquire property for the roundabout area where there'll be some remaining remnant parcels that can be sold off by the city to have flexibility in how you use that remaining land. That issue is being done on a taxable basis. We have laid out a timeline for both of these issues along with the preliminary analysis for each one as well. There's a number of steps involved here, as you're aware, for those that have been through a debt issue. One, we get authorization tonight, and that's really what we're looking for, is just authorization to proceed. And with that, we'll start preparation of what's called an official statement. It's like a prospectus on the city that'll be prepared, sent out to all potential bidders on the bonds. There'll be a rating call we'll go through as well with Moody's Investor Service. You're a rated, highly rated city. And so we'll go through that process. And then the morning of March 16th is when we would take the bids on the bonds, on both series of bonds, and bring those to you that evening for final action. So we have an estimate of what rates are going to be at this point, knowing that the market's going to change between now and then. And we'll keep an eye on what's happening in the market. For any reason, if we see kind of a hiccup along the way in the financial markets, we'll just slow the process down, delay the sale, whatever it takes, just to make sure that the execution that you're expecting on these sales is realized. And so that's the intent. So under that process, we would have an estimated closing on April 1st. That's when the funds would be wired to the city and available to acquire property to start the infrastructure improvements that are part of the development agreement with Vanguard. So that's what we have in front of you tonight. The corresponding resolutions, and there are 6 of them, tie back to the fact that the city is issuing bonds. I know a lot of times you issue notes, which is 10 years or less. In this case, it's bonds because remember, we're tying this to the anticipated revenue coming in from the tax increment district. Because we're issuing bonds, what we are looking at is the need to identify purpose. And that's by Wisconsin statute that we have to identify purpose. So the first couple of items, if you look at the resolutions that are in front of you, the first purpose identifies general obligation bonds in the amount not to exceed $8,860,000 for community development projects in TID 7. That's that infrastructure piece that I talked about. The second resolution is a taxable general obligation bond not to exceed $4,475,000 for community development projects in TID 7. That's again the Vanguard piece and the land purchase piece combined. The third resolution is the refunding bonds. I mentioned the 2011 bonds that are being refinanced as part of this issue. The fourth, anytime you issue bonds in the state of Wisconsin, you have to have a notice to the electors identifying what you are doing that has to be published in the paper. And so you're adopting a resolution directing that notice to the electors be published. And then finally, the last two kind of bring these back together and say, we give you authorization to proceed with these. And that sets in motion the items that I talked about earlier. The official statement preparation, the review and conference call with Moody's Investor Service and going through that process. So what we're looking for tonight is adoption of the 6 resolutions that you have in front of us that gives us permission to continue on with this process.
Thank you, Mr. Cossin. Council members, do you have any questions for either Phil or for Ms. Sullivan? Alderman Rozak.
I'll just note, like I did in the committee meeting on this, for items 2A, B, D, E, and F, I will be recusing myself or abstaining due to the prior conflict I discussed on this project with regard to Vanguard.
Thank you.
I will vote on the refunding, though. That's a good move. I'm glad we're saving some money on that, so.
Good deal. Any further comments? We need to do each one of these individually, starting with 2A, so we'll go through that process. Again, please, if you make a motion and a second, please use your last name to help our city clerk so we document this properly. I'd entertain a motion for item 2A.
Zaffel, so moved.
Ellis, second.
Call roll, please.
Alderman Kavieski.
Aye.
Alderman Rogers.
Aye.
Alderman Rozak.
Abstain.
Alderman Zappel.
Aye.
Alderman Ellis.
Aye.
Alderman Spiegelberg.
Aye.
Alderman Mulder.
Aye.
Alderman Shell Pepper.
Aye.
Next up, item 2B, resolution. Entertain a motion.
Shell Pepper, so moved.
Mulder, second. Any further discussion? Call roll, please.
Alderman Kavieski.
Aye.
Alderman Rogers.
Aye.
Alderman Rozak.
Abstain.
Alderman Zappel.
Aye.
Alderman Ellis.
Aye.
Alderman Spiegelberg.
Aye.
Alderman Mulder.
Aye.
Alderman Shell Pepper.
Aye.
On to item 2C, resolution. Entertain a motion.
Kavieski, so moved.
Zaffel,
Ellis, second.
Did you get that?
Settle down,
did.
District 2,
Okay.
District
Got it.
4, whatever you are.
Any further discussion? Call roll, please. That was good.
Alderman Kavieski.
Aye.
Alderman Rogers.
Aye.
Alderman Rozak.
Aye.
Alderman Zappel.
Aye.
Alderman Ellis.
Aye.
Alderman Spiegelberg.
Aye.
Alderman Mulder.
Aye.
Alderman Shell Pepper.
Aye.
On to item 2D, resolution. Entertain a motion.
So moved.
Mulder.
Spiegelberg.
We'll go with Mulder with the motion, Spiegelberg with the second.
Further discussion? Call roll, please.
Alderman Kavieski.
Aye.
Alderman Rogers.
Aye.
Alderman Rozak.
Abstain.
Alderman Zappel.
Aye.
Alderman Ellis.
Aye.
Alderman Spiegelberg.
Aye.
Alderman Mulder.
Aye.
Alderman Shell Pepper.
Aye.
Item 2E, resolution. Entertain a motion.
Zaffel, so moved.
Ellis, second.
Any further discussion? Call roll, please.
Alderman Kavieski.
Aye.
Alderman Rogers.
Aye.
Alderman Rozak.
Abstain.
Alderman Zappel.
Aye.
Alderman Ellis.
Aye.
Alderman Spiegelberg.
Aye.
Alderman Mulder.
Aye.
Alderman Shell Pepper.
Aye.
On to 2F, entertain a motion.
Mulder, so moved.
Zaffel, second.
Any further discussion? Call roll, please.
Alderman Kavieski.
Aye.
Alderman Rogers.
Aye.
Alderman Rozak.
Abstain.
Alderman Zappel.
Aye.
Alderman Ellis.
Aye.
Alderman Spiegelberg.
Aye.
Alderman Mulder.
Aye.
Alderman Shell Pepper.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Coulson.
Great, thank you. We'll
Thanks, Phil.
look forward to seeing you on the 16th with great news.
All right, we hope
All
so.
right.
We're looking forward to it. On to our public service agenda. First up is consider act on resolution 21-R2912 for East Grove Street Bridge Maintenance Contract. Mr. Fry.
Yes, sir, thank you. The item before you tonight, a couple of years ago, we had bid out both bridges. This is on the road that takes you to the cemetery. And we weren't able to do both of the bridges at that time, so we rebid the other one, recommending Norcom low bid at $31,130, requesting the 10% contingency. We have $69,000 in the account for this expenditure. We're making a recommendation for Norcom Corp as a low responsible bidder.
Any questions for Mr. Fry? I'd entertain a motion.
So moved. Ellis. Kavieski, second.
Any further discussion? Call roll, please.
Alderman Kavieski.
Aye.
Alderman Rogers.
Aye.
Alderman Rozak.
Aye.
Alderman Zappel.
Aye.
Alderman Ellis.
Aye.
Alderman Spiegelberg.
Aye.
Alderman Mulder.
Aye.
Alderman Shell Pepper.
Aye.
Our next item, consider act on Resolution 21-R2913, awarding the 2021 Thackeray Trail reconstruction contract and additional expenses. Mr. Fry.
Thank you, sir. This project's been being worked on for the past 15 years for myself out of my office. I'm glad to be here tonight with 7 bids. Most of them would have come in within our budget, which is great, but we are recommending the low bid of Western Contractors. We're requesting alternate 1, which is for Kevlar fiber in the asphalt surface, at additional $19,000. That, along with the 10% contingency, brings the project in just over $4 million for this. When you look at the breakdown between the 3 entities, streets, wastewater, and water, it's within budget for all 3. Here's the kind of the overview of, the total length of the project. You may recall that last year we started and actually built this extension and got that done. So one of the things as part of this project is that we would be surfacing that as we surface the rest of this. There was quite a public process. Thackeray Trail right now is 2 20-foot wide lanes of asphalt on each side of a 20-foot grass median. The residents in that area expressed concerns over the ditches and the problems that they'd had over the years, so we've went with a standard street cross-section. So this is relatively the same width as Oakwood Avenue, Silver Lake Street, with sidewalks on each side. It'll allow for cars to park on each side of the street and 2 vehicles to pass in between those 2 cars, so there's no in and out because of cars parked on it. One of the things that we did talk about was, when we went to the storm sewer, we ended up having to take up the majority of our parkland to build a pond for the runoff from the project and the water that comes through that area. In addition to recommending the low bid tonight, we'd also requested $50,000 to be available to use for any signal adjustments that we'll have to do at the end of the project. And then there was also discussion on handling the park equipment that is down there. And if you want, I can recite the 6 parks people that I've worked with, but we'll go with Craig this time. So this is just to give you a little bit of an overview. That park equipment sits right in here right now. We're going to construct this pond. This is the major overflow for the pond, and there'll be a swale that comes through here. So in order to get this constructed, we will be grading out through this area, and that's why we need to remove the equipment. And then then it's just a question of whether or not it gets replaced again. So.
Mr. Hepner.
Yeah.
Down the names of all 6.
My name is Craig. Thanks. Thanks, John.
Hi, Craig.
I don't have much to add other than what was discussed at the committee, but I'm happy to answer questions. Again, we don't take these recommendations lightly. It's a serious thing to have something in the park for 20 years. The park's going to change substantially. There's not going to be a lot of green space. There'll be some. But for a number of the factors mentioned before, we think it makes sense at this point to remove it because we have to remove it and it's not good playground equipment and not to replace it at this point. But happy to answer any questions.
Alderman Shell Pepper.
Have you talked to anybody that live in that neighborhood? I mean, have you gotten any feedback as to how people feel, about removing the equipment?
No, that was
and
not part of this
not
process.
putting it back, so we're just taking it upon ourselves to take somebody's playground away and say, we don't think you need it, we're not gonna put it back, and we have no idea how you feel about it?
That is your choice.
But that's what you're recommending.
Yes, and that's what we're having this discussion.
Just wanna make sure, okay.
Yeah, I mean.
So, okay, we don't have any feedback, we're gonna just do it and have really no data to support why we're doing it.
Well, I think I've added a number of factors to it. Again, would it be my first choice in a regular world? No, but I think that's the discussion I want to hear from the council is what do you want to see for the future? I mean, we have a certain budget and there's priorities to it, and we probably can't do everything that we want to do. If we can do everything we can do within budget, then yes, we should replace it, but I think that's a factor. I think maintenance is a factor. I think the park changing substantially based on the size of that pond is a large factor. Safety is a factor based on the fact we will have to fence it, which adds some more cost. I think the maintenance will be more difficult because of the way we do wood chips with fencing. You'd have to really go to a poured-in-place surface. So there's many factors to it. So again, we don't take it lightly, but I want you to have that discussion because this could affect future decisions for parks and playgrounds.
Alderman Zapfel?
So say we move forward with not putting forth the park there in place, and we are hearing feedback from constituents. Is this something that we could look forward to discussing again in the future?
It's certainly up to you, yes. I mean, there's a lot of avenues you can go, so if it's one of those things where neighborhoods change, as you know, so right now it may be an older neighborhood that doesn't use play equipment. In 10 years, that could change. Young families come in and they want that. I think we're developing some avenues with our friends group and different ways of doing these things that something could be placed in there. I don't think it has to be a full-sized playground, but possibly some equipment. So sure, the green space will be there. It could be added at a later date depending on demand.
Alderman Rogers?
Thank you.
Okay, so I live in that subdivision. Been there, it'll be 7 summers. I have a 5-year-old. And in the, let's go 5 years that I've been there, oh, whatever. The old people are moving out and families are moving in. And I've seen it in the last 5 years. There's a lot of kids in that neighborhood. Can I honestly tell you how many play at that playground? No, I don't sit there and to keep track. Do I go down there with my 5-year-old? Does my wife go down there with our kid? Does he with friends ride their bikes down there now? 100%. They play at the playground. I understand there's a cost. I understand that this pond is taking up a large part of it. That doesn't scare me. I'm gonna be hunting frogs in that pond within a year or two with my kid. I get it. Probably ice skating on it potentially, or he will. I'll watch. This is not a prepared statement. My point is, I understand there's a cost with this playground. I understand there's change. I get it. The other thing I will tell you is, with Thackeray Trail being all the way through, I have a strong suspicion that the subdivision that would be to the west potentially will spend time at this place too, because now it's more accessible. What I'm saying is, the fact that there isn't data to support not having it, other than a cost factor, I'm not sure that's the best answer. So, although I see the design, I see what you're saying, I still think there needs to be a swing set or something there, because it's going to get used. There's a lot of kids in that subdivision, and I see it on my own.
Alderman Rozak?
Well, I out of committee, this moved forward with the playground equipment pulled out. I hear what you're saying, Andy. That makes a lot of sense from kind of a aging population moving out, young folks moving in. What I'm happy is that we at least were able to discuss this, and it was part of the packet and presentation from Mark and Craig. I appreciate the concept of something we've discussed, and I know I have for a while, is us looking strategically at our parks. One of the things we just voted on was the 517 parks and bringing all that money in. We have a massive park to work on there. We have a massive park in the northeast region here that has nothing in it right now except trails, and it's going to cost millions of dollars to populate. We have millions of dollars potentially spent still at Champion Field, and we have other priorities like the underpass on 67. So I think we should think strategically about this. And what I like what Mr. Zaffel had to say, which is, you know, we could always not put it in right now because it's not going to go in until fall probably anyway, and see what kind of feedback we're getting on it. Are people really dying to have a park there, or are they happy with going across the street? Are they happy with going to Roosevelt now that it's connected more? You know, I don't know. I'm in favor of keeping it out for now because I think we need to look strategically at having larger parks like skate parks that people go to, destination parks, because there's a lot of cost associated with these parks. And what I understood Craig saying in our committee meeting was, because of the size of the pond, we would have to fence in the playground area. Not the pond, you're fencing in the playground area, right?
Correct.
So that, I mean, that seems odd to me too. And so you're like putting kids and letting them play in a cage. I don't know. It just seems like it might not be the right spot for something there now, and that we can look to something else strategically in the future for that area and other areas around it. Where I live, we don't have a park. We don't have a city park, period. We just don't have it. people have playground sets in their backyard and everyone's just happy. So, you know, I'm not too afraid of pulling some parks away. Sorry, Andy.
Alderman Kavieski?
I'm excited to see this come forward, and this has been going on for quite some time, more than 15 years, probably closer to 40 years plus. This was, for anybody who was on council, going through the process and engaging with the community in that neighborhood, I think an example of how this body and our departments can work with the community in these challenging topics to come up with the right solution, for sure. In regards to the final details associated with the park, I would recommend that our Park and Rec create a recommendation that comes back to the council with what it may look like based on feedback from the community, which is what we did in the development of Thackeray Trail. We engaged them. I think having a discussion amongst us here about what could go in there or may not go in there is probably short-changing the process that was successful in getting us to this point. So I'd like to see something like that come back to this body in recommendation, and leaving it out for now makes sense to me. And we address it appropriately later. So thank you very much for bringing it to the attention, and thank you very much for making this happen.
I have a question either for you or for Mark. During the time frame that this was being designed, is this retention pond what this community is expecting to find? So are they ready for that coming? So they shouldn't be surprised. Is that correct?
That is correct. It was made very clear when we discussed this at the various meetings that should they go with the storm sewer option, that we would have to put in a pond and it would go down in that park area. Now, at that time, it had not yet been designed to know the actual size of it.
Okay.
But, you know, the only way we could have accommodated their request for the storm sewer is to have a pond to clean the water before it goes to the wetlands.
I just want to manage what the community wants, coming back to Alderman Shellpepper's initial comment that if we're going to make changes, we want to try to get their input, and I like the direction that I'm hearing from multiple council members here. Alderman Rozak.
Not to throw a monkey wrench in there, but we've already borrowed the money for this project, right?
Correct.
So we've borrowed the 4.1 or whatever, and the 50,000 for that's now left over, and the other 50 for the lights, and the 220 we're saving in the project are already borrowed. So I guess with that in mind, I'm not opposed to keep leaving it in there and letting Park and Recs do their thing and find out what people want to do there. I don't know, have a community meeting like we did with Thackeray Trail and see what they want or what they desire. And maybe they want something that we can't afford or we don't want to put in there.
Alderman Kavieski.
Procedural question in regards to that. That money was borrowed, but the borrowing is dedicated to this particular project. So if that money is not spent, it doesn't go back into the general fund, correct? It would go back to pay down the debt associated with the issuance? Is that correct? There was a nod. Yes.
Alderman Mulder.
That was my question.
Okay. Other questions for Mr. Fryer, Mr. Hepner on this topic?
So I'll make a motion to recommend resolution R2913 awarding the 2021 Thackeray Trail reconstruction contract with the additions as follows: add fibers to the asphalt for $19,734,000, playground replacement at $50,000, and traffic signal adjustments at $50,000.
Second. Shellpepper.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, I do.
Alderman Mulder.
Well,
Go for it.
I'm just thinking before I speak, for a change. Yeah, I guess we're leaving it in there for them to come back with the proposal, but we're also, the recommendation of the director is that we don't need that space, and I understand the committee. I want to make sure that we have all the priorities for the park and rec in place. So I'm fine leaving it in there, but I do think we need to, we have so many priorities there that to put this out there when the community may or may not need it. So anyway, like
Alderman
I said, I should have thought
Shellpepper.
first.
Well, you're talking about priorities, Matt, and I think the priority is understanding what the people in the area want. That's the priority. And so I think that's the right option, you know, that we're taking right now. So that's all I had to add.
Alderman Kavieski.
This would go back to Park and Rec as a clarification, confirmation. While this has been requested to be put back in, it's not necessarily going to be spent until the recommendation and analysis comes back to this body. It'll at least be line itemed in, and you can make the recommendation. We make final determination at that point.
Yes, I think would do a survey and a discussion with the neighborhood. That recommendation, whatever that information comes back, would go to the Park and Recreation Board first, and they can make a recommendation either way, or some option C for that.
Okay. Motion has been made and second. Any further discussion? Call roll, please.
Alderman Kavieski.
Aye.
Alderman Rogers.
Aye.
Alderman Rozak.
Aye.
Alderman Zappel.
Aye.
Alderman Ellis.
Aye.
Alderman Spiegelberg.
Aye.
Alderman Mulder.
Aye.
Alderman Shellpepper.
Aye.
Thank you. On to our next item. Consider act on Resolution 21-R2915, approving budget amendments and awarding a Champion Field lighting project contract. Mr. Hepner.
So we discussed this one in length as well at committee. So a quick overview. The current lights at Champion Fields were put in 1976. We had inspection done this summer, which they said that 9 of the 12 poles were defected and needed to come down, so those have come down. Our original plan or estimate was $170,000 for the project. We did receive 6 bids after publicly advertising. Those are before you. They're obviously over the budget or the cost estimate. So what we've done with financing is we're recommending awarding lighting supplies to Wisconsin Lighting Lab for $153,040, and recommending the installation to Steiner Electric for $93,137, which includes a 15% contingency. Two reasons to split it apart. One, we can do direct ordering of the supplies. There's a timing issue with getting light poles manufactured and sent here. And we're already be diving somewhat into the season before they arrive. We also save a couple $1,000s by doing that. What we're proposing and recommending and asking for is carrying over a couple different items. We have a 2019 Champion project of $60,000, and we had 2 2020 projects of the Blaine Tennis Court and Chafee Fencing, which came in under budget, which is another $33,677. So we're asking to carry those funds over towards this project, and then asking for the budget amendment, which is the $42,500 out of general fund undesignated reserves for this project. And I'm happy to answer questions.
Alderman Spiegelberg.
Craig, is Steiner Electric, are they okay just doing the installation for that amount, or was that part of their whole comprehensive bid?
Yes, actually, they would just be passing along the cost of the supplies. And the extra $1,900-ish was actually for stamp plans that Wisconsin Lighting Lab would do at gratis. So they're okay. They're basically just passing along the price, and their $81,000 is for their installation.
Okay, thank you.
Alderman Kavieski.
I'm in favor of this project. I know there's been some discussion about the 15% and the allocation, and some comparison to dollars being spent here compared to the tunnel on Highway 67. That is a legitimate safety concern and issue. The tunnel at 67 is not a city project. It is beyond that. We control what we can control, and we contribute to where we can contribute. This is a highly used area of our parks. Would you confirm that? But doing this
Yes.
right is also a safety issue with lighting and timing. So this can be a utilized area after hours with lights for this coming season as much as possible. So I'm in for the structure. I'm in for making that spend, and I'd recommend that moving forward.
Alderman Rozak.
Just, yeah, briefly, a couple comments. We heard a comment during citizens' comments about comparing this to the tunnel. Lou hit on that. They're two different projects. This has been in our long-term financial plan for like 3 or 4 years, I think, and we finally addressed it. What Craig told us in the committee meeting was that stuff started coming in higher than expected. And sometimes that happens in these type of projects. I don't like going over budget, but we do have a relatively large unfunded reserve that we can use where we do go over budget. And I think Craig's done a good job of saving us money in other areas, and we're able to move that over. One comment I do have, though, in general about what we're doing with this carryover funds, and this has nothing to do with Park and Recs, but generally our whole budget process, is at the next budget cycle, I'd like to see a delineation of what's being carried over total from last year's budgets or the years before, and maybe do an evaluation for a few years. Because we are sitting on a lot of money right now, which means, in my opinion, and I've said this in the past for probably several years, that means we're over budgeting. And we're over budgeting in a lot of areas, which is why we've accumulated that extra amount of money. So I'd love to start seeing that in the future. But I'm for this project. We had a lot of questions when this thing came through. There was a lot of debate about what we were going to spend and whether we're going to spend it, and we've decided to spend it. We budgeted money. Things came up higher, and I think it's the right thing to do for the folks that use that area. So
I'd like to entertain a motion.
Kavieski, so moved.
Rozak, second.
Any further discussion? Alderman Spiegelberg?
I'd just like to point out, I don't think this is going to have a problem passing, but this is a budget amendment, so we do need a two-thirds vote on this.
Supermajority. Correct. Alderman Shellpepper.
Yeah, I want to, I kind of want to echo what Matt's saying, Alderman Rozak. These projects that were coming in under budget, that's great. I mean, we're complimenting on you. We're happy about that. But then at the same time, it's like, why is it happening so routinely? Are we that good, or are we just, budgeting too much money? And so we shouldn't be overtaxing our citizens. And the other thing I want to point out specifically in regards to the $42,500 is, we're not really even blinking at spending the money on this. I mean, we're all supporting it. The library comes in for a $30,000 children's bookshelf, and, it's a big deal. And so that's been part of their capital operating budget as well, for at least 2 years, I want to say. And so I just want to make sure we're all on the same page that, hey, $42,500 here, it's not a big deal, $30,000 for a children's bookshelf, and, we're not happy about it. So just want to exercise some consistency.
Alderman Rogers.
Can we get a hot dog machine with these lights? I don't know.
Probably a nacho machine.
Or is that an amendment I have to make? Or?
You could put that in.
A motion's been made, it's been seconded. Any further discussion? Call roll, please.
Alderman Kavieski.
Aye.
Alderman Rogers.
Aye.
Alderman Rozak.
Aye.
Alderman Zappel.
Aye.
Alderman Ellis.
Aye.
Alderman Spiegelberg.
Aye.
Alderman Mulder.
Aye.
Alderman Shellpepper.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hefner. On to utilities. Consider act on Resolution 21-R2923, authorizing budget amendment, again an amendment, for fleet equipment repair. Mr. Pickard.
Okay, the first one here is a 2012 JCB tractor loader that is the water and electric utilities main piece of equipment for digging water mains and doing construction work in the summer. Unexpectedly, the transmission went out on it. We are in the second month of our budget year, 2021. We typically formulate our budgets on things that we know. Oil changes, tires, things like that. Did not foresee a transmission going up. So the cost of the transmission is $18,100. There's a fleet cash fund reserve balance of $418,505.55. I'm requesting that we move $18,100 into the water and electric equipment replacement, not replacement, equipment repair fund to cover those expenses so we don't deplete the total budget that we have.
I'd like to entertain a motion.
Kavieski, so moved.
Mulder, second.
Any further discussions or questions for Mr. Pickard?
I-
Alderman Mulder.
I do have one question. So the reserve fund, what is that is this how that is typically supposed to be used? Is that earmarked for other projects?
No, it's not earmarked for any specific project. Several years back, the way that we were budgeting, we were looking at every piece of equipment. We were thinking about the way that every police car needed 2 sets of tires and trying to figure out everything that way. We found that that was not the best way to budget. We were actually budgeting a little more money than what we needed. So what we've done in the last 2 years is we look at historical numbers of what we're actually repairing and doing, and now we're starting to budget that way. So what happens when you over budget, that money goes into cash reserves, and sits there until you need it, and for instances like this.
Any further comments? Alderman Kavieski.
Real quick, this and the next one, put money invested into relatively older equipment to keep it operational during a high period of need and requirement by our community. And I think both pieces of equipment would probably be auctioned off in the next 2 years or so if we get into that 10-year period. Without those repairs, those pieces of equipment hold much less value in the resale and the auction opportunity that's coming up, and it leaves our community without service in the time that we need it. So I just wanted to make sure that the community knew that this spend is a wise spend, and you'll see your streets cleaned off with the snow coming up and continued on. If we didn't do that, it would be a challenge to maintain the level of service that the city is expecting and requiring.
Any further comments? Alderman
I think it's a wise spend as well, and I remember what was it, a couple months ago, we were looking at buying new tool set. And I just think this is a great example of why we were a little prudent on buying those new tools, and, things come up and we saved some money there, and I know, it wasn't what you wanted to see happen, but I'm glad we're gonna be able to spend some of that money we saved on these vehicles that are so vital to the services provided to our community.
Alderman Rozak.
Isn't that, Alderman Shellpepper, why we should always be prudent in all of our spending, including library?
Let's call roll, please. Call roll.
Alderman Kavieski.
Aye.
Alderman Rogers.
Aye.
Alderman Rozak. Alderman Zappel.
Aye.
Alderman Ellis.
Aye.
Alderman Spiegelberg.
Aye.
Alderman Mulder.
Aye.
Alderman Shellpepper.
Aye.
Consider act on Resolution 21-R2924, authorizing budget amendment, again, another amendment, for fleet equipment repair on a loader. Mr. Pickard.
This is almost a ditto to the first one. The difference is this is a 2009 JCB front end loader, a much larger piece of equipment that is used by the DPW exclusively for snow removal. This unit has an attachment on it that fits our big snow blower for cleaning off the downtown, and the brakes failed on the unit. So we had to get the brakes repaired. Doesn't do you much good if you can't stop the snow blower and the loader going down the road. So the cost of this repair is $16,343.16. And again, I would take it out of the reserves of $418,505. Again, if we did not do that, it would basically wipe out the repair budget for 2021. So I'm asking for it to be transferred over.
I'd like to entertain a motion.
Zaffel, so moved.
Rozak, second.
Any further discussion? Call roll, please.
Alderman Kavieski.
Aye.
Alderman Rogers.
Aye.
Alderman Rozak.
Aye.
Alderman Zappel.
Aye.
Alderman Ellis.
Aye.
Alderman Spiegelberg.
Aye.
Alderman Mulder.
Aye.
Alderman Shellpepper.
Aye.
Next up, consider act on Resolution 21-R2907, awarding contract for inspection services for the city's cross-connection control program.
And Mr. Lucas Kane here is going to take that one.
Welcome, Lucas.
Hi.
Thank you for your patience in waiting.
Thank you. So this is This is for the cross-connection control program that the utility utilizes. It's set forth by the Wisconsin Administrative Code that in order to protect the public water supply, the water supplier for every municipality shall develop and implement a comprehensive cross-connection control program. The program that we have has been in place for over 10 years. And like most communities, this is a very specialized and unique inspection that takes place. The utility staff prepared an RFP and they put it out for bid. It was advertised in a local paper along with all the industry standard websites, League of Municipalities. And the RFP was picked up by 3 different entities. They had questions on it and we answered those for those. And we received one of the entities supplied a quote, HydroCorp, which is our current contractor as well for this, and they've been excellent. So what we are making the recommendation to awarding the contract to HydroCorp for $99,600, not to exceed a lump sum for 5 years of these services. This item was recommended at the January Utility Committee meeting.
Any questions at this time? Alderman Kavieski.
Actual bid within budget?
Yes. Yep, every year we budget approximately $20,000 for this type of service.
I'd like to entertain a motion.
Mulder, so moved.
Zaffel, second.
Any further discussion? Call roll, please.
Alderman Kavieski.
Aye.
Alderman Rogers.
Aye.
Alderman Rozak.
Aye.
Alderman Zaffel.
Aye.
Alderman Ellis.
Aye.
Alderman Spiegelberg.
Aye.
Alderman Mulder.
Aye.
Alderman Shell Pepper.
Aye.
On to Plan Commission items. Consider act on ordinance 21-0997 to create section 17.1059, keeping of chickens of the City of Oconomowoc Municipal Zoning Code. Mr. Gallo.
Thank you, Mayor. We held a public hearing earlier this evening. Per my notes, we had 30 speakers. One of the more busy items that we've had here. 17 people were in favor of the ordinance, 12 were against the ordinance, and I had 1 being neutral. I feel some good points were made, both in favor and against. We have some potential options this evening. We can either approve the ordinance as recommended by the Plan Commission, we could deny the ordinance, or we could amend. This comes down to really a policy decision. There's obviously a lot of interest in this. Staff is looking for direction, and a lot of residents. There's a lot of talk tonight about quality of life and the enforcement procedures. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have regarding the draft ordinance.
I'd like to ask any questions. Alderman Kavieski, you had comments for Jason?
I do, actually. This is a very interesting opportunity to have a discussion in what I believe is not as much about chickens as it is about property owner rights and balancing the property owner rights that have, that may exercise the right to have chickens and that those property owners surrounding them have. It is a discussion that many of us on this council have had with residents within our neighborhood. I actually am a neighbor to many of those who spoke not in favor of it. However, as policy and as property owner rights go, I would suggest that we look at it not as a way to address potential neighbor issues, but to maintain the property owner rights of those who pay taxes in our city and what they do on that property and how that balances out. It just so happens to be chickens in this discussion. I think the way the ordinance has come forward deserves a little bit of background in regards to the 25-foot from any lot line. Originally, when this came forward, and Jason, you can confirm this if you would, it was originally designed with some setbacks from dwelling as opposed to lot line. There was discussion associated with that at Plan Commission, which I'm fortunate enough to sit on. Is that
Yeah, that is accurate. The original draft that I borrowed from the city of Stoughton had a 25-foot setback from the adjacent residence, so the dwelling. And the Plan Commission thought, well, that's, sometimes, they just wanted it from a line, the lot line, so it'd be a minimum of 25 feet from the property line, because someone could want to enjoy their property, get to the edge of it, and they wanted a full 25 feet. So there was a 25-foot, that was an amendment the Plan Commission made early on, and they said make it a 25-foot setback from the property line.
that was as a result of a conversation I actually initiated. And again, I just want to provide some background in regards to this, because I think the recommendations that some of the citizens have on both sides, you deserve that, and the community needs to be aware of that as well. It wasn't the intent necessarily in that discussion to prohibit then chickens in smaller lots. I think everybody on Plan Commission wanted to move a recommendation for this body to consider as policy, and that everybody on Plan Commission, Mayor, you can maybe confirm or deny this, knew that whatever was going to come forward was going to get tweaked. So I would strongly consider a discussion on reducing that 25-foot setback from the lot line, and reducing that to something that is scalable, perhaps. I think whatever policy comes out of this body needs to be clear, reasonable, enforceable, and finds a balance between what the person wants to do on their property without inhibiting the enjoyment of the neighbor associated with the surrounding property. I'm one of them. So, yes, I could hear chickens. It wasn't more obnoxious than a dog. It wasn't constant, and it didn't interrupt my quality of life. That is me personally. Obviously, other neighbors had a different experience. I'm going to be working toward an ordinance that finds balance, that we can move forward and approve. I don't think it's right to eliminate a property owner right to have that opportunity in a city of 17,000 and growing. We have HOAs, we have all kinds of things that can adjust for this in broad scope. It's really interesting to me how this vote's going to go, because I'm going to start it out as one representative of District 2 that was very vocal, and it's going to end with another representative of District 2, and I don't know how we're going to end up here. But I've honestly been really excited about this debate, because this is why this policy body exists. It may not be fun, but we can do really good things.
Alderman Zapfel.
Thank you, Alderman Kosciuszko and Mayor. I would like to thank the community and staff for their thoughtful and in-depth discussion over the past several weeks, from Planning Commission to tonight, to out and about in our community, whether it's at a kids' sporting event, scouting event, or just picking up a gallon of milk at the grocery store. The debate over what to do with backyard chickens has come to a head, as Alderman Kosciuszko has stated. I realize some neighbors don't want to look across their property line and see a chicken coop and chickens in run. I think the 25 feet is a good start. This is something we can move forward with and always look back at in the future, or look at in the future. Just some questions is, that I also like to add on, is who will enforce, and will there be a registration fee if we were to move forward with this?
Alderman Ellis.
Yeah, thank you. When I first heard about this, I kind of chuckled, because I didn't really understand the whole purpose of it. But it is It has come to light, and I've gotten a tremendous amount of emails. I thank you for those who've emailed me and stopped by my office to enlighten me on and educate me on this. I've also done some of my own research, where I actually went around my neighborhood and around places out within the Oconomowoc city limits, but with other individuals, and I asked the question, chickens, what do you think? And in every single person that I spoke to, they were all for them. I think that there's a couple of things that I want to discuss and get some feedback on the way I feel. Is with number 2, where it says chicken coops shall be closer than, 25 feet? I think we should make that 10 feet. And the reason there being is because if you look at the core of Oconomowoc, the old part of Oconomowoc, if you want to call it that, the houses are much smaller. The lot lines are much smaller. And I think that if we keep it at 25 feet, you're going to be excluding some individuals that may want to have chickens. We don't really, some people don't care if they have chickens, but if you're excluding them before they even have the right to make that decision, you know, let them make that right. Also, number 7, which was selling eggs from the subject property is prohibited. I have a problem with that. It's called lemonade stands. If we can sell lemonade right outside our door, why couldn't they sell? They only have 4 eggs. If that's what they want to do, we should allow them to do it. It's their property. They should be able to do what they want to do on their property. So I like the ordinance. I think that we do need to have something in place, but these little tweaks, I think, would make it a little better.
Alderman Rozak?
Yeah, I got a couple things. First thing I want to address is this kind of philosophical argument with regard to chickens and property rights. The entire zoning code is essentially a restriction on people's property rights for the favor and benefit of all the other property right owners around them. Most of our ordinances are also a restriction on property rights, whether it's you can't grow noxious weeds in your front yard, you can't own more than 2 dogs, you have to license your dogs and cats. Those things are all restrictions on property rights. You can't, we assess people fire inspection fees. We don't let them put a shed in their backyard that's closer than, I can't remember the side yard setback, 5 feet or 10 feet from the side yards for sheds and garages. So everything that we do in the zoning code and the ordinances is some type of restriction on likely somebody's property rights. So to make the kind of bland argument that this is just a right and therefore we should allow it, discounts the 17,000 people that we all represent in some fashion or another. Somebody said something very early on, which I thought was interesting and actually a little scary. Because I think Jason's numbers were a little wrong about who came out here in favor, because there was like 4 or 5 people that weren't actually from the city. So it was probably closer to even.
It was
But with that being said, somebody said the majority are those who make their voices heard the most. That's not the majority. We represent the people in the entire city and our districts. And even if there's a petition that says there's 500 people that want this, we still have to represent the people around us and talk to the people around us, because those are who we represent, not just this small group of people that want something changed. So philosophically, that's really scary, because if 5 or 6 people really yell loud, that doesn't mean they're the majority. And we have a duty to go back to our constituents and find out what they want to do, not just who shows up here for one night and yells the loudest. But with that being said, I think we need to be very careful about what we change. 25 feet would be too restrictive. I think 15 feet is probably more appropriate. I heard somebody say, well, if it's 15 feet or 25 feet, it might be closer to the middle of my yard if I want chickens. And that's not my problem, because when we write ordinances and we write zoning codes and zoning standards, It's to protect everyone around them, not just the person that wants that item in their property. I'm not sure, we've got a lot of things floating around here in emails from folks saying they should be allowed to free range in their backyard with a fence. I think that's problematic. I think right now, the way we have it written within a coop or a run area is probably the most appropriate thing, at least to start with. Like John said, I mean, this is a starting point. We can always amend this in the future if there's a lot of interest or there's some additional concerns about that. One other comment I'll say quick, well, two things. John said something about registration. I think that's a good idea. I think we should consider that, some type of fee or some type of application. Because people are supposed to get licenses for the dogs and for the cats.
Right.
And if these are truly pets, they should have no objection to get a license. And doing some type of plan that shows where the coop is going to be on their yard, because that protects all of the other people around them, including folks that are against it. And selling eggs, we can't change that. I think if you're in a residential zone, you're not allowed to conduct commercial activities. Usually lemonade stands are kind of something people look the other way on because they're kids. But people running commercial operations out of their backyard have never been allowed in residential zoning, and I think it's specifically restricted in our code. The last thing I'll say is our police department has said something on this, which is, you know, hey, this is going to create more calls, and I think that's something we should consider, because I agree with them. I think it is going to make, there's going to be a lot more calls once the chickens come in. There's no question.
So I've had several hands from multiple aldermen. I'm trying to do it in the order in which I saw them. So if you have your hand up, I've seen it, and I'll come to you. But Alderman Mulder, I just want to make sure you don't think I'm ignoring you. Alderman Mulder.
Thank you, Mayor. This has been a really, probably the most interesting in my 10 months on the force here. I think it isn't about chickens totally, but it is also about chickens. And I think, you know, chickens need space. And when you talk about a city lot, most are not 50, right? I mean, we're using, 50, I won't be able to have one. Most lots are not 50. But most in the traditional residential are under 80. So if you do 25, you have a 30-foot in the middle, and from the back. So you're penning in that chicken, and the benefit is their ability to eat bugs. They're happier and quieter when they're roaming around in bigger spaces. These are just true things. So I am opposed to the 25 feet. I think 10 feet might be too close. I really don't know where. I'm really interested in everybody's opinion. One idea I had was 25 feet from the nearest dwelling that isn't your own, but a minimum of 10 feet from the lot line. So it's going to guaranteed be 25 feet away from the nearest dwelling, because if you do 10 feet from the lot line, the house could be right there. That could end up being 10 feet from the dwelling. So that way we at least have the 25-foot buffer. But it allows for a little bit larger run area for the chicken. I don't agree with the free ranging. I was going back and forth with that. I think that if you can set up as large of a run as you want, you just have to be at the perimeters that we set. So I think that's fair. Lou, you were talking about something about scaling it up and down based on lot size, so I'm interested in to learn more about that. I don't like the slippery slope argument that people try. Well, what's next? Pigs and goats and horses? No. We're reasonable people. Because we said chickens does not mean we need to say anything else. Each of those are individual, right? So I completely disregard that. That's just fear-mongering. So I haven't come up with a reason not to allow it, I guess. So I want to come up with a reasonable, respectful for everybody, but I'm generally in favor. I have an HOA that won't allow me to have chickens, or I probably would be looking into having chickens. So.
Alderman Spiegelberg.
Okay, well, I came into this meeting really still on the fence, bad pun intended, and I still am on the fence until we kind of drill down on some of the details. I want to thank everybody who spoke on both sides. There was really a lot of good information that was out there. I think probably with the people here tonight, there were probably more households against it than households for it, because there were at least 5 individuals from one household, of course, and you guys did a great job. All that said, I've tried to weigh this request for chickens as it's not a totally unreasonable request, but one that also needs to be reasonable for the people who are opposed to it. And in my opinion, at this time, I still think that means the 25-foot setback. I'm not trying to penalize anyone who's on those smaller lots, but the people around them also have rights. If you are sitting in one of those narrow lots, and now everyone around you has chickens, I think that's a big impediment to your enjoyment of that property. My other suggestion would be that maybe we approve this ordinance for a probationary period, 12 months to 18 months, come back and revisit this and make sure that everyone is being abiding by the ordinance and keeping up exactly what they're supposed to be doing. So I guess that's my suggestion as far as right now. I'm still open to some other thought processes, but.
Alderman Shell Pepper.
Yeah, I also want to thank everybody. I've talked to a lot of people over the last couple weeks, and, everyone that showed up here today, I've known a lot of them, grew up around them. So I really appreciate them all showing up. The first thing you said, Mayor, was, do we have any questions for Jason? So I'm going to ask a question for Jason that I think kind of drills down on what we stand right now. What if we disallow, what if we don't pass the ordinance? Where do we stand? Where do people stand who have chickens who want to have a chicken? What's the deal? If your neighbor doesn't want you to have a chicken, you can't have a chicken? Is that basically what the rule is right now?
Yes, I'm the one that does the enforcement, and if I get a complaint, I don't go out looking for these, but a neighbor would call the planning department, and I go out and tell them that it's not listed as a permitted use, so it's, in my opinion, prohibited, and it's prohibited, so I write them a letter telling them, I give them like 30 days to relocate them outside of the city.
Okay, so it's basically if your neighbor has a problem, you can't have your chicken. I kind of have issues with that. So let me go off a couple points here that we discussed. I think 15 feet is a reasonable compromise. We've heard a lot of requests for 10. We're sitting at 25 right now. I don't know. I think 15 is the right number. It kind of falls in the middle. In terms of an application, I think the way we originally approached this was at least this is my understanding, Jason, and I might be wrong. Basically, we were trying to put the least amount of extra work onto the staff as we could, and we were kind of like, hey, if you're following the rules, we're assuming you're following the rules in lieu of a complaint. And if there's a complaint, then we're going to address it. And I just think that's the wrong way to approach this issue, especially because we're upsetting the status quo so much. I really think we need to regulate this, and we need to have a close hand on it from the beginning. And that means we need to have an application and a permitting process, basically, like you see across the board in most other communities. And so I've got, language, we can drill down on to make sure that happens. Go ahead, Jason. Did you have something you wanted to add before I start?
Well, yeah, I was
into
digging
this?
through my file, and, you're absolutely right. We didn't want everyone that wanted to have a chicken to come in and get a license, but there are communities that have a license. This community, they have a 3-page form that they hand out. The first is keeping of poultry license application. It's a $40 initial fee and a $10 renewal. It's not a lot of money, and it's staff time.
How much money would it need to be to compensate for the staff time? How much would it need to be yearly, annually?
I haven't given that much thought.
Okay.
Then the second page is the backyard chicken coop design plan, showing some distances. And then the third one is the interesting one. It would be the backyard chicken neighbor approval form. Without an approval form from the neighbors, then, it cannot be issued. But the problem is neighbors do, come and go over time, and they change hands.
And then we're passing the buck. We can't pass the buck to their neighbor to give them permission to do it. This is on us. We're the elected officials. We need to decide whether people can have a chicken or not have a chicken. We've been, voted into this position, and because I thought about that. That seems like the easy out, honestly. Well, if your neighbors, then we're making everybody happy, but you're not making anybody happy because it's an increased conflict. I mean, I'm not going to put my neighbors in the position to approve or deny, a chicken. It just seems like it can cause all sorts of issues. So I want to see an application.
Alderman Shellpepper, can I interrupt you for a second? Just to add on to Jason's comment, there are other communities that will have a permit process. It's a one-time permit, it's a lifetime fee, and there's a one strike. If you don't follow the rules that are set up, you basically can no longer ever have chickens ever. So that's another approach. There are several different approaches that Jason has looked into as possibilities too. So I just wanted to make sure you heard that as well.
Okay, so yeah, I'll say, in terms of an application, I think we need to have an application form, then we have to have with that application form, you're submitting your registration number that basically says you registered with the Wisconsin Department of Agriculture, Trade, Consumer Protection, which is required regardless. It's just another, it's proving that you've done so. You need to submit a drawing of the location, the proposed coop, the run, the single-family residence, other detached buildings. The drawing needs to contain the distance between the coop and the run in relation to all other buildings on the property and any neighboring houses and all lot lines. I think this permit, I think the application, it protects us as a city, and it also protects the owners that want to have the chickens, because basically, if we get a complaint, from somebody that's not even registered, that's not even following the rules, we can be like, well, hey, this person's, they're not registered or licensed to begin with. And so it's adding a level of accountability that is really important to this. And Karen, you're concerned about respecting neighbors' property rights, and so am I. And I think that's really gonna be the way we can do that, is by having this accountability up front. And I'm just gonna throw out a couple other things while I've got the mic here, because I know we all have a lot to say. The police concerns, I totally get that. That would be my first reaction as well. I just don't think the facts bear it out. The concern, it's not bared out by the facts. We heard tons of, how many municipalities, by one of the speakers, where the concerns were minimal. I mean, they barely existed. And I did some research on my own just to see, just through open sources, what kind of complaints had been filed, what kind of complaints were we dealing with. I just wanted to look at this real quick so I could read some of these out to you. Oh, shoot, we get basically Stevens Point. Let's see here real quick. Sorry, guys. Okay, well, I have my own actually that I looked up using some open source information. So Stevens Point, complaints regarding licensed backyard chickens, none, only roosters. They're not allowed anyways. Wisconsin Rapids, not one complaint in 3 years. Racine, article from 2017, chickens had been allowed for 2 years by that point. No complaints, only inquiries to confirm neighbors had a chicken license. Madison, I had a 2019 article. There was 14 complaints in a year and a half. 4 were for roosters and 10 were for chickens at large. So those are all things that we'd be dealing with in the ordinance. Janesville had 1 complaint in a year and a half. So that kind of adds on to what we had with one of the speakers in terms of the issues and the complaints that had been borne out in the communities they identified. And so that's why I'm just, I'm worried that, and like Matt said, he agreed with, that there was going to be all these issues. Maybe there's a little bit at first, but we got to look at facts, we got to look at numbers, and the numbers, they don't seem to bear out that level of concern. Couple other things real quick while I got the mic, like I said, that we need to address in this ordinance. Make sure we're getting it right. No slaughtering of chickens, not inside your house. Nobody's killing their chicken after they own that thing for a year. I don't believe it, It's not going to happen. That's like their pet. I mean, everyone said it multiple times. You just named your chicken and now you're going to cut its head off? I don't believe it, and I don't think it's sanitary anyway, so we can't.
You could have 4 hens that are meat chickens and still do that, so.
I don't believe it.
I
don't believe the people in the city are going to be doing it, so I don't think it's
Then
appropriate.
you don't know what 4-H is all about,
Yeah,
because these kids
that's
raise
exactly.
their chickens and their cattle, they give them names, and then they take them to the fair and they sell them
And get
to be
butchered.
eaten.
Those are
So,
farmers. We're talking about city folk here.
wait a minute, okay, so you're saying that farmer kids don't care about their animals
No,
and
I'm
stuff as
saying
much?
they have a different, they obviously have an experience working on a farm in the cycle of life. I mean, we're talking about pets, I'm not gonna
Hey,
get
it
down in the
doesn't
weeds. I don't want any slaughtering of chickens in a building or out on a property. I think 4-H is great, and if, there was some disrespect taken in what I said.
Can I shift directions just for a second? Alderman.
No, I
Rogers.
want to finish actually,
You want
Mayor. I
to,
want to
because
say the
Alderman
couple
Rogers
things I
has
had.
been
so
waiting for a long time.
I appreciate that. Andy, I apologize, but like I said,
No worries.
we need to get these things on the table, and then we can all go around again if we need to. So chicken coops, we need to be a little bit more clear about what we're asking for in terms of the odor, the noise. I understand we have other ordinances that address these. We need to have something inherent in the ordinance that addresses these problems. So I think we need to have something like noise from chickens shall not be so loud as to disturb a person of ordinary sensitivity. We need to have all food supplies maintained for the coop shall be secure and in a rodent-proof container. Coops shouldn't be located closer than 75 feet from the ordinary high water mark of a lake, stream, creek, or river. These are all things we got to be thinking about. We live in a lake community with a lot of water. We need to have provisions for the routine removal and lawful disposal of chicken waste. So, Karen, you had concerns, and I think this is how we address the concerns, by making sure that there's a little bit more meat to the ordinance. I think we're actually pretty light when you look at some of the other communities in terms of what we have. So, and then at the end of the day, I think we should be able to let a building inspector, or a city planner, enter any premises that has a chicken with reasonable notice to make sure that they're obeying the rules. Thank you.
Alderman Rogers.
Thanks.
We're ready, I love it. Okay, so what they do with their chickens in their house is none of my business. If I go ice fishing and bring my fish home, are you telling me I can't fillet my fish in my house?
It's not the same.
Yes, it is. If I go squirrel hunting and I bring squirrels home, can I clean them in my house? What about a deer? I butcher my own deer. I bring it in the basement, I clean it, I package it, I put it in my freezer. That argument, I'd be careful with that one, because typically they are raised for food purposes, whether they're named or not. My dad had a beef farm growing up. Every frickin' animal had a Disney character name, and they still went to the slaughterhouse.
You're getting hung up on the minutia, but yeah, I
No,
gotcha.
I'm just saying, that's a tough one. I can't agree to that. The chicken coop area, yes, I agree. 15 feet, I'd prefer 10. My question is, why is a coop any different than a shed? So I'm kind of wondering the setbacks versus shed, because they're probably pretty close to the same size, I'm guessing, maybe not. I don't understand why a chicken coop should be greater than 50 square feet if there's only 4. I don't raise chickens, so I don't know if that's necessary. That, I think, could be even stricken from number 3. I'm not convinced a lot of people are going to have chickens. Maybe they will initially, but eventually, I mean, we're 17,000 strong. What are we talking about realistically here? 2%? Who knows, right? I mean, I don't know. Yes, I understand what Chaz is saying. Like, let's nail this. Let's do it well. I don't disagree. I mean, if my daughter or my son's selling lemonade and chicken eggs, are you going to give them a ticket? I'm just asking. Right. You know what? As far as police calls, I get it. But how much is it really going to be? When those apartments go up in Olympia, how much more are you going to get for that? When the apartments go up next to the school, how much more are you going to get there? It's relative. Look, the people that I know that work for the force are kind of looking for something to do anyways because our city's fairly safe. Go deal with a chicken, whatever. I'm not trying to degrade the police force. I love them. They're awesome. I hear I hear it, but come on. We're talking about chickens here. That's it. I think there should be an equal fence ordinance. I don't mind free range. If you're fenced in properly, that is supposed to be maintained for a dog or cat, let your chickens run, as long as you have the proper fence according to the ordinance that's already in existence. What's the difference?
One of the things I'm just going to share with everybody is most people that have chickens don't know anything about chickens, so they learn along the way, and that's the wonderful process for the family.
Sure.
But that's also what gets them in trouble. And so an example, Alderman Rogers, is if you can only have a 6-foot fence, you can easily have a chicken fly up and sit on that fence, either go into the other area or crap all over the other person's side of the fence.
And that's what I don't know, because I've never.
So it isn't, this issue isn't about chickens, it's about care, custody, and control. There are people that shouldn't have dogs that have dogs. There's people that shouldn't have cats that have cats. There are people that shouldn't have children. Chickens are no different. And so when you kind of put the practical part about it, what I'm hearing from the council, and as you guys deliberate and decide, is that maybe there needs to be a little bit more time in to put something to make you more comfortable so there's accountability. Yet I'm also hearing, if I'm interpreting you right, you seem to be in favor to a degree, but you have some strong reservations. that's kind of what I'm taking. Alderman Kavieski's had his hand up for a little bit, and I come to you.
I would concur. It's about being a responsible pet owner. Care, custody, and control, pet owner, however you want to define it. If I have a dog, if I have a cat, whatever that is, I'm going to be responsible in how I take care of it and how that impacts my neighbor. But you're right too. A lot of people don't know the details about the chickens until they have them, and they learn on their way. So right now, in item number 6, we have 30 inches in height identified as a guide post for fence permitting. I wouldn't mind seeing, if you're gonna have a chicken, 4 chickens in your backyard, you got a minimum 4 or 5 foot fence. It protects the neighbors. It identifies the area of run. It may be a good starting point for helping to control and provide 6 feet. And with minimizing the setback to 10 or 15 feet, I think that compromise, again, for me, property owner rights, if I have 4 chickens and they're coming into your backyard and they're causing havoc with your quality of life next to your pool, next to your fire pit, next to your gathering area, it's a fail. I failed as a pet owner. The guidance and the structure associated with what we're looking to do has failed. So clear, concise, enforceable is all we need to do. Because to your point, Matt, yeah, that's what zoning is, right? It's supposed to be clear, concise, and considerate of others. It doesn't say that you can't have weeds in your yard. It means that you have to control your weeds in your yard. It doesn't mean, right? So I don't think we should default to you can't do something and take that away. We should provide some guidance in this ordinance. I don't necessarily disagree with the mayor either that there's good discussion. I doubt we're gonna find it. It's 10:15. I bet you if we talk about this thing until midnight, we're not gonna come up with all the points that we wanna see in this ordinance, the way it would pass. I think, and I may be presumptive in that a lot of the topics that we've discussed, Jason has taken some thoughtful notes on that could come back to this body in consideration of those details for a final pass and a couple tweaks or clucks, see what I did there, to do something right. I'm hesitant to recommend that just because it's going to come up again, and I think everybody who came tonight would have liked to see this be done with. But this body has a good history of addressing these types of challenging questions correctly, without rushing. So I would recommend that come back to us.
Alderman Ellis?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, that's exactly where I was going to go. I think the licensing is an important thing. I think that's something that we should really all consider. I think that would put a responsibility both on the owner, and it would also protect us as a city. I think that 15 feet, number 2, is a good go-between. I think that's really good. That was a number 2. The one question I do have is in reference to number 6, where it says chickens shall be kept within the coop or run area at all times. And then it goes on for another half hour of other sentences, which basically are saying all the same thing, which is chickens shall be kept within the coop or run area at all times. So I'm thinking maybe we should even scratch that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 other sentences after that, because to me, it looks like splitting hairs. I could be wrong. That's my own opinion, okay? I personally think that with the ideas that we've brought here, that we should, I'd like to make a motion that we go ahead and,
We're not quite ready for a motion.
you're not ready
Nope.
for a motion
We
yet.
still, I have still a few more people have comments.
Okay.
But
Well, when
I'll
that-
come back to you for a motion if you'd like.
Okay.
Alderman Spiegelberg.
Okay, I'll be brief again. I don't want you to mistake my former comments because, like I said, I don't think this is necessarily an unreasonable request, but I think we also need to make this reasonable for the people who are against it. And there were some very vocal people against this tonight. Some of the comments I wrote down, everyone around says no because they've experienced it. I think we need to listen to those who have experienced it. City ordinances are made for the benefit of all citizens. So is there a compromise? Is there a way that we can make this work for people, but that we're still very respectful of those who are not in favor of it? And if we actually came to a vote tonight, I would be voting no for anything that is less than 20 feet on a setback. Now, I just caved 5 because before I said 25, but 20 is where I'd be at right now. And I would also be hoping that we could also, like I mentioned before, do a probationary period, maybe 12 months to 18 months. Other question I had from recommendations from the Plan Commission, maybe Jason can answer. The 20,000 square feet for the lot, now that hasn't come up at all again this evening. Are we?
In the ordinance either right now.
No, I know that.
That's a
I know, that was
recommendation.
recommended from Plan Commission to potentially go into the ordinance.
Right, that was in their discussion, and they said we'd really like the council to be aware of what our concerns are, and they said 20,000 square foot minimum lot size.
Right, so that would be just slightly under a half, 44,000 is an acre, that'd be slightly under half of that, okay.
I don't think we have many lots that size in the whole city that are not in HOAs anyway, so, right? I mean, that would eliminate everything.
So I have Alderman Zapfel, then back to Lou, and then back to you. Oh, I missed Rozak. I'm sorry.
Forget about it.
I'm sorry. Alderman Rozak first, and then Zapfel.
So here's what I've written down so far from everyone's comments, and picking out the stuff that I think I saw head shaking, that there was some agreement that sounds smart. Number one, I think what Jason should go back and get some more additions. An application that has an application part, that has a fee, and they submit a plan for the location in the lots. Number two, we have to decide between 10, 15, or 20 feet, or 25, I guess, too, is out there. I'm with Karen, anything 15, 20, less than that, I'm a no. So bear that in mind. In coop and run only, if it's free range in any fashion or on fences and jumping around, I'm a no, I'm a hard no. I like what the mayor had to say, very smart comment. You know, he made a comment about strikes. You know, if you do, I think 1 strike is a little extreme. I think 2 strikes. If you violate the ordinance more than, you get a warning the first time, you do it again, the chickens are out, it stinks, they're running everywhere, whatever, they're getting run over by cars, you're done. You get a warning and you do it again, you can't have chickens in the city anymore, you gotta move to Cedarburg or wherever else they allow them. Yeah. Okay, we'll put due process in. I don't know how we do it. I mean, that's something we have to figure out. That's why we're not there yet. Do we, well, if they're violating a zoning ordinance, yeah. Fine. Or we get a ticket, you'd have to issue a ticket, wouldn't you? That's fine. Yeah, I'm okay with that. I mean, this is what we've got to work through, right, is to figure out what's the appropriate way to do this. I think we have to be very clear on the odor and noise, more clear than what's just defined. It's whether we restate the odor and noise statutes from the city so that people are well aware, not just cite to them, like restate them within this ordinance, or potentially make them stronger for the odor. Single family only, and I like the idea of a probationary period on this thing. We sunset it for 12 months and come back and revote on it.
Alderman Zapfel.
Just to echo what Karen and Matt said here, I think a good compromise would be the 20 feet at this point for me to move forward personally. And the comments in regards to the enforcement and registration, I think need to be identified. I know we've heard from a lot of constituents here tonight, but we also have heard from a lot of constituents not here tonight as well. And I just think a good compromise for now would be 20 feet. We can always reevaluate this in a year or 18 months or 6 months and look at it, you know, even if it's after the summer or something. Just say, hey, this worked, this didn't work, you know, kind of go from there. But a good compromise, I think, would be 20 feet at this point. In addition to the issues that Alderman, that Karen and Matt brought up as well, that I would feel comfortable on moving forward after we get those flushed out.
Alderman Mulder.
The issue I have with the probationary, though, is let's say we have 100 residents that want chickens. 7 of them cause a lot of problems, and now we have 93 other families that could lose their chickens, and probably couple thousand dollars they've invested in putting in this run because some people weren't following the rules. I just feel like that if it gets to be a real systemic problem in the city, we can act on ourselves as a body. That it doesn't have to be probationary. Everything is probationary if we overrule it, if we go back and revise it. So that's my issue with that. But what I like about what I like about making them do a diagram and show us right where that coop is going to be, that they have to think through what they're doing, right? They have to put down in paper, okay, I have to move the swing set to put my coop there, or this much of my yard is now going to be coop. So I think that's a really important step. Not so much that we know what they're going to do, but that we've forced those people to really think through and understand all those setbacks and what that means to their yard and how they're going to enjoy their own property, because it is a big deal. If you're going to have a big chicken coop in a 40-foot run in the middle of your yard, that's going to be where you play Frisbee or where your swing set was or whatever. So I like that. And I think the one-time $100 buy-in, so we don't have to go back every year and get $10 from them. I don't think it's so much the administrative burden that I'm concerned with. Is it just, I don't think that's the point. $100, you have to be serious. If you have to do the drawing, it means you understand what your limitations are. Then you're off and running with your chickens.
One other thing, Jason, to add to your list is when you work on this some more, during that application process, you also give them a handout on how to take care of chickens, because most everybody will not know what to do. That's only fair to the chickens. Alderman Kavieski.
I think Western Lakes Fire District recommendation of not having open flame as a heat source should be in there.
Good.
Again, my neighbors directly in back of me were very vocal about their experience. I can tell you though, there's other chickens in the city that don't have those experiences. So if you're weighting the testimony given in the public hearing, just based on that one experience, I think you're not considering all of the other experiences that have gone well, which to me just shows again that the answer isn't a yes or no, that we're on the right track with the discussion we're on. And I know I'll have some great conversation with my neighbors, but we have to do what's right for the city of 17,000 plus.
Alderman Ellis, I think you wanted to make a motion.
Yes, I do.
Did you have a comment? One second.
Sure.
Alderman Shellpepper, I'm sorry, I missed your hand.
Yeah, I think the 20 feet is basically the same as the 25 feet. It changes nothing. It restricts basically everybody, who was previously restricted from having it. And so I don't think that's the right number at all. I think 15, is where, that seems to be the compromise, not 20 feet. The probationary period, it seems to invite a lot more conflict, a lot more problems. So now all the families buy chickens, and then in a year we decide to get rid of them, and we're like, oh, you just got to get, you got to get rid of your pets. You have to take down everything you just assembled. I worry about. I'd rather vote against it and not have an ordinance at all than approve a probationary period, honestly. And then there's a couple arguments that I heard tonight that I just wanted to address myself. Hopefully, well, it's 10:20, so I suppose a lot of people aren't listening by this point. But
we are.
Yeah, yeah,
He's listening much anyway.
yeah. So,
Chaz, we're all listening to you.
yeah, thanks, man. Thanks, I really appreciate it. I disagree with the property rights piece. I don't see this as a property rights argument. We've said that multiple times. There's all sorts of ways that we limit property rights in the city. I think it's a reasonable limitation if we decide you can't have chickens. I don't think that's, you know, it's a property rights issue, like I said. We've seen all sorts of communities pass chicken ordinances successfully. We've seen lots of cities stay away from chicken ordinances. It's what do we want as a community? What do we want in our neighborhoods? What do the people here who live here want? And I think that's what we're doing our due diligence on and trying to understand. Chickens don't belong in the city. If that was the truth, then there wouldn't be like literally hundreds of cities that have chicken ordinances. So I'm not sure that argument holds any weight either. If I'm allowed to have a dog, I should be allowed to have a chicken. People have had dogs and cats for literally, you know, decades or generations in Oconomowoc. They haven't had chickens. So when you do introduce chickens to the city, you're definitely upsetting the status quo. You're definitely changing things. Dogs are a part of the status quo. Cats are a part of the status quo. And so I don't see that argument as holding weight either. Chickens are noisy and they smell. Like I think we heard here tonight, we haven't been provided with any empirical evidence that shows this, that says that a chicken is noisy. Actually, we've kind of been, you know, shown the opposite according to some of the information we were provided. And so I would hesitate for us to base our decisions on just hearsay is really what it comes down to. And then the last one, or I got one more, chicken lower property values. Again, we haven't seen any proof that it's lowered property values. If they were lowering property values, you'd think the trend would be in the opposite way of restricting chickens, of getting rid of chickens. From my understanding, it's kind of moving in the other direction. And then lastly, I've been asked this a lot. Well, how would you feel if you lived next to chickens? And I don't want to live next to chickens. I honestly don't. Fortunately for the people in this city, I'm not basing my decisions on my personal preferences. I'm doing it based on the preferences of the tens of thousands of people who live here that show up and pay taxes. And so that's what I'm basing my decision on, is what I'm hearing, the feedback that we're gathering. And so those are a couple of arguments I just needed to get off my chest that I have heard multiple times over the last couple of weeks, that I've heard, you know, multiple times tonight. So thanks for indulging me.
Alderman Spiegelberg.
And thank you so much for that, Alderman Shellpepper. But I'm also basing my thoughts on the desires of the citizens as well. And that's why we're just sitting here weighing both sides of this. And I think it's wonderful. I don't think, as far as property values, you're correct. I did have Lori contact Accurate Appraisal today and ask them if they've had any communities that have a chicken ordinance where the property values have gone down, and they did say no. So I'm still advocating for the probationary period, and the reason for that is that I think we would be saying to the citizens, all right, we're saying yes to this, but we're kind of putting everyone on notice that we want people to comply. We want people to be good neighbors. And then we revisit this in a year or 18 months. Hey, maybe at that time, maybe we make the setback a little shorter. I don't know. But I don't think that's unreasonable to have that. A lot of communities have that already. I don't think it's any different than some of the decisions that we make here where we say yes to something, but we have them come back in a year and report to us. How are things going? Are they going, you know, the way we intended them to go? So I'm still advocating for that, and I'd still like to advocate for the 20-foot setback.
About 17 and a half feet.
I thought about that, but then you'd be out there measuring, you know.
Alderman Ellis.
I think this is really good. I really do. The one thing that I've learned in my few years of owning a business is that there's always compromise. And in compromise, what happens here is either side doesn't get what they want, but they find some middle ground. And I think that's really important. And I think we've come up with some middle ground. And I think I hope Jason's written all this stuff down. So I'm going to make a recommendation. Can I do that?
Go for it.
That we give all that information to Jason and revise the ordinance with the recommendations that he's heard tonight, and then bring it back in front of us once he gets that done.
I'll second. Shellpepper.
Any further discussion?
One question, quick. When this comes back, does it also require a public hearing?
No, it's done.
Good.
Perfect.
Okay. Any? Any further discussion? Call.
That's an
Yeah.
interesting point, though. If we do a lot of the changes we just discussed, it's a very different ordinance than what's in front of the folks now. I know Stan's shaking his head. Well, I understand that, but I don't really care whether it matters or not. What I care about is giving people a chance to come here and tell us if they like some of the changes that have come into the draft new changes. And if we deny them that chance to say, hey, here's what I think about X, Y, Z, we're denying the people that we represent a chance. I don't want to be here till 10:30 talking about chicken coops, but that's what I've been hired to do, and I really don't mind hearing from people for another hour or two on the changes that are proposed. If
can
that's
always
what
do
we have to
that.
And
do, we have to do.
the other comment is you reach out to your constituents and do it in that fashion too, rather than another public hearing, because 80% of it's going to be identical to what we've already
And there's
heard.
always a community, there's always the option
Community
for
comment.
community comment.
Right.
Hmm?
Should
They
they
can still
Right.
come.
Could wait, 2 months to discuss this, and every meeting, we could have somebody come here, talk about chicken coops.
Alderman Shell Pepper.
I just don't want us to be Waukesha, who, I think it was just in the last year or two, basically passed a whole, bunch of extra prohibitive ordinances on their animal keeping, massive outcry from the city, and then they went back all on all of it. So I don't want to be Waukesha.
Alderman-
Let's make sure we're
Alderman
doing it
Covey.
right
Yeah.
up front, so.
Take our time and do it well.
Yeah.
Good point. Alderman Kavieski.
I am going to suggest that we don't do a public hearing, that the public will have an opportunity to provide their input in normal protocol with public comment. The public hearing is a different style of comment. It's more testimony, is that correct, than comment?
I recommend that you don't take any more public comment after tonight. Public hearing.
All they're gonna do is say the same thing they said already.
They can make comment under public comments. So I think he's saying this wrong.
Notice under 6220.
Prevent them from the just normal comments, they can make at any meeting.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just remove it. So what we have is we have a motion on the floor and a second to basically, in a sense, table this ordinance, have it go back to our planning department to help rework based on some of the comments that were made, and bring it back to this body to decide on a for or against a new ordinance. Am I hearing this correctly from the group? Council, is that what you're hearing?
It is what I'm hearing, but the discussion associated with what we were just talking about was, when it comes back, do we allow for comment, period, or not?
No comment. And I'll explain to you why I say that. What they said tonight is what they believe. 3 months from today, a month from today, a week from today, it's going to be the same people and the same comments. No disrespect, but I heard them. I hear my constituents. Now it's time for us to do what we need to do.
Mr. Gallo, do you have any comments? Do you need any further clarification
Well,
from council?
I've heard a lot of great feedback. I took a lot of notes. But I can tell you that, I haven't heard a consensus on certain things, 15 feet, 20 feet, probationary period, no probationary period. It's not going to be perfect. I'm going to bring back something, and, you guys will still have additional points to debate, but there is not a clear consensus. If there was, you'd be voting on it tonight.
Right.
So it's not going to be perfect, but I just want you to know in the record that I'm going to try my best with all the comments that I heard and bring back an ordinance.
Call roll, please.
Alderman Kavieski.
Aye.
Alderman Rogers.
Aye.
Alderman Rozak.
Aye.
Alderman Zappel.
Aye.
Alderman Ellis.
Aye.
Alderman Spiegelberg.
Aye.
Alderman Mulder.
Aye.
Alderman Shell Pepper.
Aye.
I would like in the audience, I'd like the Peterson children, if you guys could just kind of stand together for us, please. Stand up. I just want to compliment all three of you in being engaged in sharing your opinion and your beliefs, and we really look forward to seeing what you do in the next years to come. So congratulations. We'd like to give you a round of applause. Yes, we're looking for more aldermen, so we're waiting until you get a little older. So well done. Thank you, everybody. Let's move on. Mr. Gallo, you're back up. We're on item 9B, consider act on certified survey map to divide one lot into two, located west of the intersection of Corporate Center Drive and Oconomowoc Drive.
Right, the Plan Commission reviewed the certified survey map to divide a single parcel into two lots. They did recommend approval. Lot 1 will be 2.3 acres, and the other one will be 1.1. Right now, it's 3.4 acres. It's in the corporate park. The entire site is zoned BP Business Park. The site that's being created in the north will be for a future Marriott hotel, and the one on the south will be a Dairy Queen restaurant. They're dividing this so they can do the sale of the to Dairy Queen.
Like to entertain a motion?
So
So
moved,
moved.
Kavieski.
Rozak, second.
Any comments or questions for Mr. Gallo? Yes,
Just want to
Alderman Zapfel.
get on the record, I drove by the developer is building a hotel, I believe, in West Bend, they referenced. And I was out in West Bend recently, I drove by it, I think it's good quality, I think it will fit into the community. Was talking with my wife, who works at Rogers. I know some of our colleagues are excited once they get back into the office in regards to the potential of a Marriott from when people from out of state are traveling in the area. And then also my wife asked for a card so she can get her chicken tenders from Dairy Queen when they move in.
Any further comment?
Quick.
Alderman Shell Pepper.
We don't pick winners and losers. It's got to make sense for a business to want to set up shop in Oconomowoc. I heard so many times, why do we have a Dairy Queen? Why is the city building a Dairy Queen? There's one in Delafield. We're not building a Dairy Queen. People have private property. They're allowed to, sell that property. And then a place like Dairy Queen decides it makes sense to build here. That's why they're building here. And so that's why there's not a Trader Joe's instead of a Dairy Queen.
Said. Well said, okay. Motion's been made, it's been seconded. Call roll, please.
Kavieski.
Aye.
Alderman Rogers.
Aye.
Alderman Rozak.
Aye.
Alderman Zappel.
Aye.
Alderman Ellis.
Aye.
Alderman Spiegelberg.
Aye.
Alderman Mulder.
Aye.
Alderman Shell Pepper.
Aye.
Move on, consider act on preliminary residential subdivision plot for the 47-lot Morgan Station development, 9720 Valley Road. Mr. Gallo.
Thank you. The Plan Commission did recommend the preliminary plat for the Morgan Station subdivision. It would create 47 single-family residential lots. Back in December of 2020, they came and they received zoning approval, at which time you guys changed the request to make it all single-family. The applicant has agreed to that and removed the duplex zoning from the plat, changed it to make it 47 instead of 51 single-family lots. So it's reduced down to 47 lots. It is compliance with our land use plan. Everything looked the same as the exhibit that they initially showed us during that rezoning, except the duplexes were changed now to single-family. So they will have internal trails, a multi-use path. We're going to discuss, the wetland preservation. The house sizes are all consistent. There's going to be an HOA association. Staff does support this request for the preliminary plat.
I'd like to entertain a motion.
Kavieski, so moved.
Second,
Zappel,
Ellis.
second. Any further discussions or questions? Call roll, please.
Alderman Kavieski.
Aye.
Alderman Rogers.
Aye.
Alderman Rozak.
Aye.
Alderman Zappel.
Aye.
Alderman Ellis.
Aye.
Alderman Spiegelberg.
Next item, consider act on the.
I'm sorry, I didn't finish the roll call. Alderman Mulder.
Aye.
Alderman Shellpepper.
Aye.
Sorry about that, you started.
Yeah, no, because I couldn't hear Karen.
Consider act on Paps Farms Blue Ribbon Baseball Certified Survey Map to divide one lot into two, located at Blue Ribbon Circle North. Mr. Duffy.
I'll take it instead of Mr. Duffy.
Call you Mr. Duffy a lot, don't I?
That's all right.
Sorry, Mr. Gallo.
We have a certified survey map. The Plan Commission did recommend this to you with a positive recommendation to approve this land division out on Blue Ribbon Circle. It is a 21.8 acre lot, and they would be dividing it into two, a 17 acre 8 and a 4 acre site. Lot 1, the 17 acres, would be for the future Blue Ribbon baseball development. Lot 2 would be a vacant site to be used for future development. The entire area is zoned general commercial, GC. When the Blue Ribbon baseball initially came through, this was kind of an open area that was not shown, but they are deciding not to buy the 4 acres, and they would like to divide that off. They did reduce the size of their training facility, and that shifted the parking up. So instead of 2.5 or 3 acres, it became a 4 acre site. So they would like to divide that off. They still want to go forward with their development. The Plan Commission approved the plans for that, but this component of it, certified survey map to divide that lot, has to come before you. The conditional use permit that was approved on this site, it was completely, is remaining unchanged. The use is still the same, it's just the lot size is being reduced by 4 acres.
Any questions? Alderman Rozak.
I have a couple. What I heard you just say is the conditional use permit we passed for the full 21 acres is still going to apply to the 4 acres?
No,
It's not.
right, it'll remain with the 17 acre site.
So the CUP is essentially chopped away from that, and that's back to just commercial there, the 4 acres,
Yes,
not recreational.
It's currently recreational.
So we rezoned it and the zoning staying recreational though for those 4 acres, right?
the zoning is commercial for the entire property. The conditional use permit to allow the use of outdoor recreation on that property.
And but that CUP is not going with those 4 acres? Isn't it attached to all 21 right now? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
The use is for that, the use is on the 17 acres now.
Okay. So,
Yeah, so I think the question is, because you have decreased size, does that affect the CUP? My understanding is no, it doesn't.
well, I
Attorney
don't.
Riffle? do
Yeah,
you have a comment?
we talked about this before the planning commission meeting. I guess my question is just about whether that 4 acres can ever be used for the recreational like the other 17.81. Okay.
4 acres will require a conditional use permit.
Okay.
If you wanna use it for outdoor.
Good.
Probably would not be.
Probably, yeah, that was going to be my next kind of question, is that doesn't seem like that would be a good use of that 4 acres. Okay. Thanks.
Any further questions? Alderman Shellpepper.
So is this 4 acres that's getting subdivided? Is there like a master plan then that they're working with, Pabst Farms to determine what's gonna go in there? How is this gonna complement the baseball park, the area itself? What's the deal? I guess I'm just surprised, because I didn't hear anything about that there was even a possibility 4 acres was gonna be subdivided from the lot when this discussion was had last year at a former council. I wasn't on council at the time, I was sitting in the, seats watching, but this kind of seems like a surprise.
Sonny Bando with Blue Ribbon. The original site plan showed it was 3 acres to the south end, right by the hotel across the street. And we had no plans for it. We didn't need it for parking. We thought we would use it for future use. And given the revision of the plan and the fact that we don't need those 3 acres, which is now 4 acres. It's a financial decision not to buy them and to allow that land to be available with a separate use from us.
Alderman Kavieski?
The discussion that occurred at Plan Commission provided some insight into the revision to the facility, the overall plan, and the resulting CSM with the pandemic and the response to that kind of is driving the reduction of that property and removal of that property from the overall project to kind of scale back on some costs and to maximize the use. So that was one of the primary drivers for that, which is why it didn't come up previously, because there wasn't a pandemic necessarily being considered at that point. So it's primarily a response to remaining relevant and viable as a result of what we've seen in the last year.
Well,
Financial decision by the developer is really well it is, yeah.
Right. That's the real reason is what the planning commission approved 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago was a change to the size of the training facility from 48,000 square feet or whatever the heck it was supposed to be to 18,000 square feet. In the notes, that section, this 4 acres, was supposed to be used for future development and or for parking, which potentially they would have needed if that facility was larger.
Right.
What I don't like about this and why I will be voting against it is I did not see a site development plan change. This is carving out something that we were promised a year plus ago of what this was going to all look like, and now it's changing. I think Planning Commission was appropriate to vote on it, and I understand they gave them another 6 months to comply with the CUP, but I don't like what we're doing here. So that's the reason I'm voting against it.
Another few comments that came at Plan Commission was also reverting the zoning of that 4 acres back to industrial. So that is not a discussion point. Those are just things of what could be done to try to move this project forward in a positive way. Alderman Kavieski.
While I understand your concern and why you may vote against this, I would encourage you to maybe reconsider as it being a result of what nobody could foresee when we originally considered this and passed it. I think without carving out that part of the property and creating that CSM, it doesn't happen maybe at all. So I think the effort for you as a developer and providing something that our community overall is very excited about is a proper approach. You've been transparent in regards to that approach from the beginning, and I appreciate that, and I'll be supporting it with the CSM.
Well, not to beat a dead horse on this, Lou, but one of the primary concerns for the folks out by where I live is that recreational facility and the noise that would be generated from it. When this plan was originally submitted to the city and we voted on it based on a set of plans, in that set of plans it said the indoor training facility was going to be the primary use, period. And then there was also going to be the ballpark. That has changed. That's why I'm voting against it. So I kindly refuse your request to change my decision.
Other discussions? Questions for our developer or for Mr. Gallo? I'd like to entertain a motion.
Kavieski, so moved.
Second?
Further discussion? Call roll, please.
Alderman Kavieski.
Aye.
Alderman Rogers.
Nay.
Alderman Rozak.
Nay.
Alderman Zappel. Alderman Ellis.
Aye.
Alderman Spiegelberg.
Aye.
Alderman Mulder.
Aye.
Alderman Shellpepper.
Nay.
Passes.
On to new business. As council remembers, when we brought in the quadricycle, we also asked them to give us a report back. So How's it working? Are we having any issues? So I'd like to invite the folks from Vino, et cetera, to give us a brief discussion about the year 2020. We also have our police chief here as well for entertaining further questions. Then we'll move on to item 10A. Welcome. If you could please introduce yourself, that would be great.
Sure. My name is Laura Fisher, and I'm the manager of the Pedal Tavern here in town. So let's start off with 2020. What a weird year, right? We had 256 rides given between the months of June and November. We went actually all the way up until the snow flew, so we had snow rides. It was great. We had $76,000 in sales on rides alone. We estimate about $40,000 in patronage, and that's just drinks at bars in town. And that was 2 drinks per stop and 2 parts per ride. What we did not include were local food stops and restaurant reservations that were encouraged during the rides and after the rides. That was our 2020, if you guys have any questions.
Yeah, do you have any questions or comments with regard to the pedal pub? Alderman Kowalski.
Just a quick statement, and then I'm going to recuse myself from the vote. I was a pedal tavern driver. I anticipate being a pedal tavern driver again. My experience as a host and driver on that was fantastic. Those who were on it had a great time, but because I was associated with revenue associated with that particular project, I will stand away from providing a vote. So that's it.
Here, okay.
Alderman Mulder.
Did Vino receive any complaints or questions from citizens about it?
I knew of one complaint that came from people on, I believe it is Worthington, and it was a noise complaint. We have put some training in place to kind of make those residential areas more of a quiet zone. So we will limit our use of cowbells and turn the radio down as we go through those areas.
Chief Pfister, do you have any comments to that question, sir?
Yeah, we didn't receive an official complaint on that. I think that was just directed straight to the Pedal Tavern. We did not receive any citizens' complaints officially. There were some comments about slowing the traffic in the downtown, but I don't think that's such a bad thing at this time. And I think at the beginning we had a little off-route adventure, but they got back on route and everything turned out well. So,
Alderman Shellpepper.
Yeah, I don't think we should be having this extended route. So we're gonna go on Concord, then we're gonna take a right on 16 and pass
Yeah,
right in
I'm
front
gonna
of
hold you off for just a second because we're
the
just
boat launch.
doing the review, and then we'll get into the next item, but I'll come to you first.
Okay.
Any other questions on 2020 or questions for Laura? Okay, let's move on to our new item and new business. Thank you, Laura, for giving us that update.
No problem.
And we'd love to have you still stay. We may still have some questions for you. So Diane, do you want to give us an update where we want to consider act on the route expansion and daytimes of operation for Vino, et cetera, Quad Recycle 2021? Diane.
Thank you, Mayor. The owner of Vino, et cetera, Brian Borkowski, who is out of town, so that's why he's not here this evening, he has approached the city asking to expand his route and also add some additional days and times to their operation. And so what I did was I reached out to our police chief, Chief Pfister, and also our Park and Rec Director, Craig Hepner, to talk about were there complaints, were there problems, were there interference with other scheduled activities in the city, say like a run or something. I wanted to know how things went in 2020. As when I talked to the mayor, he had said that we would need to ask Brian to give a report, because that is something council wanted when they approved the quadricycle. That was a brand-new ordinance for us, and they wanted a report during license renewal time. However, because now Brian came forward and asked for some other considerations, it was time now to get that report, so thank you, Laura, for providing that. Brian is looking at an expanded route, which staff did look at, and for what we saw in discussions with Brian, we don't see a problem or don't really have any concerns with the expanded route, based on having no complaints or accidents and things like that from last year. He's also looking for a couple of extra days of operation or times. So he would like to add Wednesday from one time from 7 to 9 p.m. Thursday, he already has one time slot. He'd like to add another 5 to 7 p.m. And then on Sunday, he'd like to add another slot for 5 to 7 p.m. All the, there's a grid, if you will, within the memo or within his email. So all the other times that are in black were what they provided in 2020. So it's really looking at 3 new time slots. And he also would like to start providing the rides, of course, weather permitting, on the St. Patty's Day, March 17th. So, of course, that's weather permitting, and we all know how sometimes the weather is in Wisconsin through March and April and even into May. So, I can potentially maybe answer any questions that you might have. Like I said, staff did look at the route. We, he actually was looking at another route as well, but staff does not recommend that, and so Brian agreed not to bring that forward, and that was going around Fowler Lake. We didn't feel that was so much residential, we didn't feel that would be appropriate, so we are not bringing that forward to you, and Brian agreed. And like I said, this route is it's adding several blocks, but it is part of the approved route from last year. There's one other thing we talked to Brian about, and that is West Wisconsin Avenue over by the community center is going to be under construction, and so that could interrupt some of his routes and times depending on how that construction is going. So he may or may not be able to provide all of the scheduled operations, if you will, or the full route of that scheduled operation. So he's understanding of that as well.
Alderman Shell Pepper?
I'm on fire tonight. I can't believe staff looked at that route and was like, yeah, let's have it go by City Beach boat launch. That place is like packed and just full of cars. I mean, it's tough enough for people to get their boats in and out of there on a regular day. Now we're going to add a pedal tavern right by it. So I think we can't do that. I'm also concerned that we're worried about the people who live around Fowler Lake, but we're not worried about the people who live on South Street. I just received a call from, Holly Narlock today. She lives on Worthington, but I mean, she's had issues with it. It is an issue in the residential areas, and I think it's great overall. I like the pedal tavern. I think it's a good thing for the community overall. So I'm sorry if I'm getting focused in on just one piece. I don't want to get lost that overall I do support it, but I am concerned about the residential piece. And Holly, as she talked to more neighbors, she got the feeling a lot of people around there were having issues with it. And so, I think the right thing to do here is either table it and find a new route to go through that's not going through the residential areas, or we just identify a new route here tonight that's not going down Concord or Worthington for that matter. Yeah, so that there's no way I can support the expanded route as is right now.
Alderman Spiegelberg.
I totally agree with Alderman Shell Pepper on that extended route. And I'm all for the pedal tavern too. It's a lot of fun in the summer to see these guys out. But with some of these comments from Holly, and is there really any type of benefit in extending that route? I don't know, I don't think so. I'd also like to hear what everyone has to say about these extended times, because it concerns me a little bit. I guess a question I have is, do the pedal taverns, do they have lights on them, headlights? They do, okay. Okay, because I'm like, all right, sunsets at 7:03 on St. Patrick's Day. I actually looked that up. So I don't know, I don't know if I'm convinced
On
that,
St. Patrick's Day, everybody will be lit up already on St. Patrick's Day, so there won't be any issue
I'm not
with
sure
that.
I'm for adding these extra times. And I guess I'd like to hear what everybody else says on those before I completely commit on that. But I'm totally opposed to extending the route, so.
Alderman Mulder.
This is a question for Laura. How often on a trip do they go around the circle? Like, how many complete laps do you do?
How many laps through the
Yeah,
city? It
right.
depends on the group. Some groups are not peddlers. They don't really want to peddle. They want to stay in town. They want to visit the shops. Those groups may do one full loop. Normally, we will take, I would say, an average 2 loops.
Alderman Rozak.
So I talked to Holly at length today. I also talked to Brian. He did answer my call in Montana, or wherever the heck he is.
Driving through a snowstorm, actually.
Oh, yeah, did he? Okay. Did he talk to you this afternoon?
He did, yes.
Okay, so he knows what my suggestion is, which I think would correct the issue with the timing. It would correct the issue with going in front of City Beach, and would correct the issue of going around residential areas, which is we cut the route actually short and make them go up Church Street. There are no residences there. There are no people there, and they can just cut right in the middle and take a right.
He was okay with that?
He said he was fine with it. You know, he's not here to speak for himself, but if he talked to you and he says he was okay with that, I mean, let me know.
Chief, you have any comments on that
Is that what that's called? By the-
change in route? Because I think it's important from your perspective as well.
No, I don't think, I think that's a good idea, absolutely. I mean, I can tell you that as staff, we looked at it, we had a lot of discussions about going in front of City Beach, and we discussed that at great length, and we discussed yays, nays, and everything else. They've been very responsible. They've adhered to everything that we've asked them for in the past year. So we thought we would support that and bring it here for the council to look at. So I'm fine with the change as well.
Alderman Rogers.
Where is Church Street? Because I thought that went away.
Right before Worthington.
Cross Street.
That's
Or is it Cross Street now?
Bank 59.
Bank 59's road.
Or what is it? No, what is it?
Isn't that a public road?
No.
That's not a public road through there?
I'm not arguing you, I'm just asking what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about, but
Yes.
I don't know that it's named Church Street. Can I just,
It used to be Church Street.
can I recommend that maybe we just do a Pedal Tavern council meeting?
I would love to drive for
And
that.
test the routes.
We can figure this out.
We have our own built-in
Pedal
driver.
uphill, right?
I agree with keeping it out of residential. I hear what you're saying. I think going down that road, if it's okay with the bank and whoever's involved, I get it. We can get a little rowdy when you're on that sucker, and when you're sitting outside and your kids are out there, there's probably words that maybe don't want to be heard, whatever. One block, I mean, I don't know how much that affects the game. I think it's brilliant to have. When Brian first brought it, I went, oh, this is gonna be great, I get it. If he's good with it, then Chief's okay with it, I mean, I don't think that's a bad compromise, to be honest with you.
I think the key part is trying to keep the noise down in the residential area. And so it's one thing to move it just a block, but it's also a thing to have accountability during that little phrase where you really do turn the music down. You ask people, hey, we're in a quiet zone. I think those things would really help as well. Does anybody want to make a motion?
Well, no,
Go ahead, Matt.
Go ahead.
I'm not in favor of the hours either, especially Sunday from 5 to 7. I think that's ridiculous. We don't need cowbells going off in downtown Oconomowoc on Sunday night. The other two, I guess I'm probably fine with, but I feel like the first time in my life I'm like a fuddy-dud because I'm not all in on the tavern, even though I'd have a hell of a good time. Every time it goes by, I don't think it's totally in keeping with what I envision our community being. The cowbell drives me crazy. We're not Nashville, we're not even downtown Milwaukee, and I've seen people fall off of that. Probably hasn't been reported, but I saw it with my own eyes. Lady fall right off the back of it. You know, we're encouraging people in the course of 2 hours to have 4 drinks plus whatever they have beforehand and afterhand. I know there haven't been complaints, but it's a drunk fest, screaming people, swearing. you know, I don't even know if I would vote to renew it again another year, and I certainly don't want to extend the distance or the times, I guess.
Is
that's
this
my
something
take
you
on it.
want to get more community input?
My guess is, sure, I don't think you're gonna find a lot of people that are gonna say, no, I don't want to be the Pedal Tavern, and if someone offered me a seat, I'm sure I'd jump on it, so somebody's gonna call me a hypocrite this summer. So, and so that's, but I think we want to, I think it loses its specialness if it's, you know, if it's going
All the
that
time.
often. And I do think, you know, we're being respectful of people around chickens, and the same thing here. So I
Any
guess
further
I would,
comment?
so if I was going to make a motion, I would, I won't support a motion that has those extended hours on Sunday night for sure. So I guess I'll move that well, what are we doing about the route, though?
Well,
Church Street, I don't know if that's a good route or
Looks like we have
not.
some more
Going
discussion.
through our parking
Alderman
lot?
Spiegelberg?
Okay, can we actually ask them to not use the cowbell? Would that be a good compromise? It is kind of annoying. I don't know, is that something we can do? I also agree with Alderman Mulder on maybe not the extended Sunday hours. And then my question on the Wednesday extended hours are, why 7 to 9 when Thursday's 5 to 7? I'm just curious, like, what was the thought process behind the 7 to 9 versus the 5 to 7? Do you know?
7 to 9 is a more popular time,
Okay, but
as far
that's,
as sales go.
okay, but that's Wednesday. Okay, 7 to 9 is more.
Thursday,
popular.
they already
Okay.
have 7 to 9.
No, they got it. I see that, yeah. I don't know. I'm not crazy about the Sunday for sure. I'm not even crazy about the Wednesday. And like.
I mean, we would
Alderman
be very open to taking a Wednesday from 5 to 7 if that was more suitable. It's just opening up more availability for rides.
I don't know. I'm not crazy about
And I
it.
encourage you to think past the rowdiness. I know when people think Pedal Tavern, you're imagining beads and cowbells and rowdiness, but that's not what all the rides are like. I had a birthday party as a driver, a birthday party of a group of 75-year-olds. There were no cowbells, there were no beads. It played a lot of Journey, and we went through town to town. You know, so
I should've bet on
please
that
don't get
one.
caught up in this idea of always rowdy, because that is not always the clientele.
Alderman Spiegelberg.
And I appreciate your comments on that, but I've been down by the boardwalk, you know, every time that thing goes out and every time it comes back in, it's very noisy. And so then so then the people that are wanting to sit down on the boardwalk and just enjoy quiet time and looking out at the lake, then all summer long, we got that noise going of the Pedal Tavern. So is there a compromise we can come to? Maybe not have the extra Sunday, maybe not do Wednesday at all, and then see how the extra Thursday time goes and revisit this again next year?
Alderman Shell Pepper?
I'd be good with that. I'd be good with taking off the Wednesday, taking off the Sunday, leaving the Thursday. And I think we're getting confused with the rowdy versus just loud. I mean, I don't think it's necessarily always rowdy, but it's definitely always, loud every time I, pass it. And I run downtown all the time, just run, out exercising. So it's definitely a loud thing. So the unresolved issue, though, I think we have is the proposed route from Matt. Can we even allow that route if it's a a private road right now? That's what I'm worried about. Can we say that?
Attorney Riffle?
We accept
Can
that
you-
route? Wake up.
Correct.
So just don't give the route expansion right now, is what you're saying. Don't change the route, just don't give them the expansion.
No, no.
Gotcha. I guess the question, Stan, is if they want to go down a private road and change the route, do we need to bring that up at another meeting, or can that be done today?
I think, since it's caution you that you can't give them the right to go on to
Okay.
you can approve it. You don't have the authority to tell them they.
Right, no, I think that's right. I honestly didn't know that was just owned by the bank, that road. We plow it, so we've agreed to plow that.
We plot because.
Right.
We own this piece and they own that piece
And so we should approach them and see if they'll let them go up there, but I agree, we can't do that at this time. Yeah, the owner should approach them. So here, to make this easy then, so that we can get the heck out of here, I think we just vote no on the expansion of the route for now. Let them keep going up Worthington until they can figure something else out.
But what about the timeframes? Can we change that motion to say only to include the Thursday 5 to 7?
Yeah.
Then you've addressed one thing, at least. Then at least we've addressed one thing. And Laura, you understand we'll need you to work to see if you can come back with a different route.
Yes.
Okay. Alderman Rogers, I thought I saw your hand up. You good?
No, yeah, questions are answered.
Okay. So would someone like to make a motion?
Okay.
Alderman Spiegelberg.
All right, so I'm sorry. So you said at least we can address one thing, which is the route. But can't we address both of these at this time, even if we have to break it
But
up
not
into
together.
two motions?
Right.
Right?
Two
Okay.
motions.
Okay, all right,
Can make it one motion.
You can make it as one motion.
okay. Okay, well then I'd like to make a motion that we recommend approving the existing route and not the expansion, and approving the addition of the time frame of Thursday from 5 to 7 p.m.
Do I have a second?
Second, Mulder.
Any further discussion? Alderman Rogers.
So you're not including Wednesday and Sunday? Am I understanding that right?
Not Wednesday, not the additional Sunday. There's already something for Sunday, but not the additional
Not
Sunday.
Wednesday and not the additional Sunday?
Correct.
Could we be allowed Wednesdays if we started at an earlier hour, 5 to 7?
I don't like it, but
Because I can't vote on
personally,
this. I'm voting no for the extension, but I would vote yes to add all the new hours. So I can't do this as one
so
motion.
maybe we need to split it.
I'd be okay with I would prefer 7 to 9 versus 5 to 7. I mean, there's whatever rush hour we have here in town, it's busy 5 to 7. The Pedal Tavern would be more of a disruptor potentially. So if we're going to keep Wednesday, I'd rather have it be 7 to 9. I'm okay with Wednesday. The one I really don't like is Sunday night.
Attorney Riffle.
It's time to go home.
If nominated, I will not run. If elected, I will not serve. Why don't we divide the question? We don't really have a,
Go for it.
Well,
So I'd
we
like
did have a
We
second.
do have a motion and
We
a
do have a
second.
motion on the
Second.
table. Would you
I'll-
like to withdraw
I do.
your motion?
So I'll remove my second.
Okay, I'll remove the motion.
Okay, would someone like to make a motion first on the expanded, to put the offer to expand the
The route.
route?
I'll make a motion to just maintain the route as is
Mhm.
and not
Do I have a
extend it.
second?
Second, Spiegelberg.
Any further discussion?
Question, yes. When are we going to address the route again then, or will we not address it again until next year?
It's
I'm
up,
trying to.
it's up to the applicant.
Okay,
We
all right.
we
Because I
don't-
still don't like it on Worthington, honestly, because of the complaint we received, and I'd prefer to just see it go up the Bank 5-9 route, but, you
Their
know,
license only goes through June, so you can
Okay.
address it at that point.
I've said enough tonight.
Call roll, please.
Alderman Covey,
Wait, what are we voting on?
Aren't you paying attention?
Maintaining the
Approve.
route.
the route alone unless they come back in and they suggest that they have the permission of the bank to go through there, and then it can change that.
Call roll, please.
Alderman Kavieski. Alderman Rogers.
Aye.
Alderman Rozak.
Aye.
Alderman Zappel.
Aye.
Alderman Ellis.
Aye.
Alderman Spiegelberg.
Aye.
Alderman Mulder.
Aye.
Alderman Shellpepper.
Aye.
Like to entertain a motion for addressing the extended hour section of this request.
So moved.
There's-
Well,
no.
Well, we gotta,
I'll
need a
move that we
motion first,
accept the
Mike.
Wednesday hours and the Thursday hours, but strike the additional hours on Sunday.
Can you repeat that one more time? I just want
I
to
move that we accept the hours on Wednesday from 7 to 9, add the 5 to 7 on Thursday, but not accept their 5 to 7 on Sunday. So adding the 2 shifts.
Is there a second?
Second.
Open for discussion?
I would just, Mayor, I would just like to see the Thursday 5 to 7, so I'm gonna be voting against it. I don't wanna, I don't wanna expand it to Wednesday or Sunday.
Alderman Shell Pepper,
Yeah.
Spiegelberg.
Sorry.
Yep.
No, I feel the same way, and so I will not be voting for this.
Matt Trevatowski, yes, sir.
I just wanted to say with, whether it's this motion or a third motion, they'd also requested St. Patrick's Day too, so.
Do we have dates in there for a start date? Is that part of their license? I don't know that that's part of their
No.
existing license anyway.
No.
No, it's not. They can start if they want to, it looks like.
Right.
But that's a Wednesday, so I think that's why Matt's mentioning that.
Wednesday would be included in this motion.
Okay.
Right.
So the question would be, would you want to amend or reframe your motion to
I think
include?
if I remove that, then it's not gonna pass either way. Let's go to vote with it as it is.
Okay.
Agreed.
Call roll, please.
Alderman Kavieski. Alderman Rogers.
Nay.
Alderman Rozak.
I think it's aye.
Yeah,
I think we want to give them the extra hours. Aye.
Okay. Alderman Zaffel. Alderman Ellis.
Aye.
Alderman Spiegelberg.
Nay.
Alderman Mulder.
Aye.
Alderman Shell Pepper.
nay.
The hours for Wednesday and Thursday pass, no Sunday, the extra ones.
I do too.
And then the final motion to entertain is whether we will allow it to be used on St. Patty's Day this calendar year.
I'll move to approve their use on St. Patty's Day 2021.
Ellis, second.
Any further discussion? Call roll.
Alderman Kavieski. Alderman Rogers.
Aye.
Alderman Rozak.
Aye.
Alderman Zaffel. Alderman Ellis.
Aye.
Alderman Spiegelberg.
Aye.
Alderman Mulder.
Aye.
Alderman Shell Pepper.
Aye.
Thank you, Laura.
Thank you so much, guys.
Wow, that was a difficult one. Okay, let's move on to Mr. Hepner. Thank you for staying so late. I know you have a long drive tonight. Consider act on 517-525, the park name, accepting recommendations for the overall design proposal, and direct staff to request RFPs for the house removal and design engineering of the park. Mr. Hepner.
Good morning. Eastern time, we're close. We have a very exciting project to talk about. We'll keep it brief as possible. But as you know, the Oconomowoc community came together cooperatively and successfully to privately fundraise over $1.35 million to acquire the 517 North Lake Road property. The city did close on this property recently, and the committee formed, or they had a number of committees. One was the Community Input Committee. It was very important to find out what the community wanted to see happen in this park in the future. So between our website and the community input session we did here at City Hall and through WebEx, they gathered over 100 responses and suggestions and ideas. So the Community Input Committee put that all together. They sent it over to their design committee. You can tell it's like a city process. And the design committee came up with the following recommendations. My good friend Mike Fry and myself have been working with them closely.
Touché.
And here's the recommendations. So first off would be the endorsement of the name of the park as chosen by the Harrow family, which would be the John and Lavinia Rockwell Park. Second is that Park 517, or the new Rockwell Park, would be a passive park as opposed to active park. Third is that they encourage the city to send out an RFP for removal of the house from the property in a timely manner while providing for a reasonable amount of time for removal. They have three priorities in order. So the first is actually moving the house somewhere else, and so it's reused. If no one comes up with an acceptable proposal, to move the house. The second would be to use or take anything of value removed from the house. And then, obviously, the third, if nothing's there, would be to accept proposals to raise the house or demolish it. So the priority is definitely to move the house. Secondly, would be to take anything valuable for other folks. Third would be to demolish the house. Next, fourth, would be also encouraging the city to send out an RFP for design engineering and cost estimating of the park. I'm not going to go through the whole list of items that are there for you, but a couple highlights. Looking at a small to medium-sized gazebo or a covered structure, kayak canoe portage and launch areas, handicap accessible trails, possibly a handicap accessible drop-off area for 1 or 2 cars, a small set of restrooms, and a recognition area and a storytelling area of the history of the park and how it came to be. There's a number of other things listed for you, but kind of small things you'd find in a park. Financially, the city has set aside $150,000 in the 2021 budget for the 525 property and for improvements. Since the 2 properties will become 1 park, it's recommended that these funds be used for both the 517 and 525 parcel. This would happen certainly after priorities such as shoreline improvements, portages, things that have been discussed before. So there is possibility some funds would be left over for the design engineering. Also at this time, there's at least $50,000 in private money set aside for this park, and I think that number continues to climb. So until we get the actual RFPs back, we don't know what that number is, but those are some of the ideas of where this is going to happen. So the number of things to discuss and approve tonight. One would be endorsing and approving officially the park name, John and Lavinia Rockwell Park. Another is to accept the recommendations from the design committee. And then there would be the third and fourth would be proceeding with RFPs for both the process of removal of the house and then the design engineering of the park. And that's it in a quick nutshell. Mark and myself will be happy to answer any questions.
Alderman Rozak.
Well, what are we sending out an RFP for? I guess I'm confused by that.
Sure. One would be for design engineering of the actual park. There'll be a number of components. There's going to be a lot of infrastructure potentially, whether it's lighting, irrigation, sidewalks, concrete, portages. So one RFP would be for that firm to design and engineer it. And the second is actually sending out for proposals for the removal of the house. There's some interest out there, but the city cannot just pick one person, so it's basically a open way of saying you can bid on this house to remove it.
Alderman Kowalski, welcome back.
Hey, good to be here. At 11:30. Would it make sense to see a motion to approve the naming of the park and then get into the other details and discussion so we can keep
I think
things
so.
kind of moving?
Yeah, because I think the name is.
Go for it, Lou.
Because if that's the case, I'd like to make a motion to approve the naming as recommended, the John and Lavinia Rockwell Park.
Second, Ellis.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Additional discussion in regards to the other items.
Go ahead.
Um,
Go ahead, yeah.
The $150,000 allocated for the 525 property was dedicated to the shoreline and earthen dam reinforcement. I believe that was based on an estimated cost associated with those services for that piece of property. Is that?
Now I'm going to let my friend Mark Fry come up and explain. He has the cost estimates and actually been working hard on the RFP process.
Thanks, Craig. Alderman Kowalski, you're correct that at some time ago, I put together an estimate for doing some work on that parcel. Some of it was the reinforcing of that, the shoreline. So of that $150,000 that we're discussing tonight, those 2 items would be look to move forward with that. There were, I think at the time of that estimate, there was a potential boat launch that was in there with a small parking area. So those are funds that are obviously no longer, those are projects we're no longer going to do, which would free up some of those funds then that are in there. I don't have an exact estimate on the shoreline. I'm guessing anywhere from $30,000 to $50,000. We potentially can bring in fill from our street projects to fill that area in. Then we'd be looking at the portages, but we should still have, I think, $50,000 left once we got that work done to go towards other things, to keep this project moving.
Alderman Rozak.
I don't recall when we voted on that 150,000 for 525 that it included a parking lot and boat launch. I thought it was gonna be like a kayak portage.
Yes.
Well, that was in there, but, it was a number that, when that came up during discussion at the budget, that was the estimate that I had done
Yeah.
previously for that, and that's where that $150,000 number came from.
Yeah.
Because we didn't have anything engineered, anything laid out, so we went with the numbers that I had put together, a few years back.
When we discussed buying and doing this deal with 517, one of the things we talked about was not expending additional city funds on that section part of the park. The other part of the park had been completely donated free and clear. We agreed that it needed the shoreline renovation, the earthen dam renovations, and anything else we wanted to do with it, which is why we set aside the 150. I am not in favor, and I think it would need a budget amendment with a 2/3 majority to pass something to use those funds for something other than what they were earmarked for. I don't think we can just move the money around because we have 50, 60, 70 left over because we're doing something different now. So I'm not in favor of doing that if that's what we're planning to do. There needs to be an open discussion about where that money actually goes and what we actually put the money in the budget for, which was the reconstruction of the 525 project. So I don't know. That's where I'm at on that.
Alderman Kavieski.
I'm on the same page. That's what I remember those discussions and those allocations were allotted for. Not saying that any of the money that may be available outside of those particular funds being spent to fortify the earthen dam and doing the specifics that were allocated for that operation couldn't be spent in other things, but that needs to be discussed. And right now, it doesn't sound like there's a design that would actually accomplish any of those things because it's not been determined yet. So,
Alderman Mulder.
Yeah, Matt, I agree with your sentiment. We knew, and we discussed at the time, not that we wouldn't, we discussed that we wouldn't, we're gonna be beholden to this park. If the funds are raised, we're going to have to put city money into it to now make it a park. We got an old house. We didn't get a park. We didn't build a park. We bought a house, and now we have to build a park. So that $50,000, not to sound ungrateful to anybody, it's wonderful for many reasons, but so the $50,000 that's left, whether or not those $50,000 are moved, there's going to, at some point, we're going to have the discussion of what dollars do we need, and those 50,000, we won't spend them there because we don't need them, but it's all one park, and we're gonna have to spend that 50,000 plus some more at some point. Agree it should be a separate discussion unless there's a reason for that first 50,000 can get us somewhere down the road with engineering or design or whatever, and it's appropriate to spend it now so we can keep this moving, because we're gonna have to do something either outside the budget for this year or as budget for 2022.
And just to kind of remind you, when we all agreed that, hey, we're going to go forward, we basically said, well, if they buy the land, we have absolutely no plan, and we don't know how we're going to fund the improvements on this park. And we all enthusiastically said, go for it if we can do it in the community. So the community's raised over $2 million with over 1,000 donors. And I think process-wise, I get what you're talking about. Yet, I would feel pretty crummy if I was a resident and the city was gonna nickel and dime and not build this park. On the positive side is that you already have a group that's starting to do more fundraising, which was never even part of the deal. Plus, they overshot it by 52,000. Plus, they have an additional 12,000 in another banking account. So there's almost 67,000 to help, and that's all donated money. So I think there's process, I get that, no argument there. But also, I think there's also, once we figure out what this is going to look like, what this is going to cost, I think we can address those issues. We as a city, we did, or as mayor, I did not want to make any assumptions with that money. And that's why it was brought up today, because we want to be transparent as what we're doing and where we're going. So however this is flared out, we just want to have open discussion so we don't go in the wrong direction. Yeah, back to you.
I think one thing to keep in mind is we're at the beginning of this process. And I think the intent of the recommendation tonight was to say that, you know, both of these parcels, we're going to be combining through a CSM, so it's one piece of land, but, you know, do we have that $150,000 to be working on this project? We still need to come back on, you know, whether or not the house is going to be purchased to be moved, whether or not we're going to have to raise it, the cost to do the shoreline, any portages. So the whole design engineering RFP that Craig was talking about, you know, all this stuff is just, you know, we're at the start of it. We still need to come back with all these projects and these costs. And, you know, and at that time, as the mayor said, and you know, Matt's, you know, correct, that at that time we'll discuss, you know, where are these funds coming from and whether or not the council wants to move forward with them then.
We just want to make sure that you're aware of it. Alderman Rogers.
I know, you just said it, it's early, we don't know. What's the reality of this? Is this a $2 million project? I'm not gonna hold you to it, I'm just saying, this sounds like it's getting
you
more and
know,
more expensive by the minute.
No.
You know, I can throw out a number, but I hate doing that stuff because it's not designed.
Fair, but, I mean, that's what I'm hearing, it sounds like.
7
this is-
figures.
That's perfect. I'm not gonna come back at you,
Yeah,
that's
but
where my mind is, and I'm going,
I'm guessing in that range.
really,
But
really
it comes
fancy
down
park.
to, once again, it's not designed, so it's gonna come down to
Sure.
what's designed. Restrooms were one of the recommendations, so, you know, what's the cost of that? So, you know, this is all stuff that we're at the beginning of. I mean, we have an idea.
Yep.
It's gonna,
No,
And everything won't be done initially. It's going to have to go in phases. Some of these things may not happen for a couple of years. Kind of the goal that the group has talked about is to try to have something that's usable. And as quickly as possible, have usable, especially with the portage, and at least have open the green space. But yeah, we're still very preliminary. Alderman Kavieski.
In regards to the house, I would like there to be some conversation, some consideration for possibly moving that house over to Western Lakes Fire District Station 1. That might be a nice option for housing over at that station. I think it's worthwhile to have that conversation. I don't know if that'd be the right.
I believe you could construct a new building with that intent in mind for what I'm going to guess will be less than trying to move that.
Well, isn't one of the options that was being considered moving the house?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, we're looking for private citizens to come in that could potentially see the value. None of us have been in the house, you know, that's one of the things. So, you know, we're setting up to allow them to walk through the house to see if there's architectural features in there that they would feel would bring them the value to move that to a lot of their own and use it there. But if we're looking at housing for fire personnel, I'm saying that you could more than likely construct something brand new that serves just that purpose, you know, versus, you know, moving this house.
Fair enough. So it's not really gonna be moved.
It could. We have some people that are very interested, but you never know.
Once again, it depends on what's on the inside, if it makes it worth the cost to move it.
Alderman Rozak?
Is this committee, they're telling us that this is the stuff, this items A through P they want in this RFP?
So what they did, and, you know, if Craig wants to jump back in. So a lot of different thoughts came in through the website, through different people, and the committee actually walked down through the entire list of everything and said, you know, out of everything there, following the theme of having an open-air passive park, these would be the items that they would like to consider having put there.
So when I look through this list, and I kind of don't like the idea of a non-elected committee telling us what to put in RFPs for us to spend money on.
No, it was done with our city officials and staff too. They didn't do it alone.
Yeah, that's what I understand, but it's not a group of elected officials deciding on how to spend the money. I'm concerned with a couple of items in here. The restrooms, that's a big ticket item. when we were looking at the restrooms over here, I mean, you're talking hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars to build restrooms. Handicap accessible drop-off area, I'm not sure what that's for, what they mean. We have a handicap accessible on Fowler Lake already. Kayak launch?
It would be either a little pull-in area at the park where you would pull your vehicle in, be able to unload and do things there. One thing to keep in mind is there is no parking on that street in that area. The closest parking you have would be probably going across the bridge and going to Lisbon Road, but there is no parking right in that section where these two parcels are.
I mean, this is a lot to talk about
So,
tonight.
you know, one of the things, Alderman Rozak, just so that you're aware, so in the RFP for the civil engineering, there's going to be a lot of meetings that, you know, involve the design committee, the Parks and Recreation Board, and the Common Council, because we want everybody on the same page. I agree 100% that, you know, there's a lot of non-elected input being in here, but there needs to be input from the Parks and Recreation Board and from the Common Council as we work through that design. Now, it might come down through those design discussions, and when the engineers come back with cost estimates, and we might say, you know, we're not in a position to do that, that's where that discussion would take place.
Right, but I guess what I don't like to see is us sending out an RFP and getting hopes up for what is going to be there. At the same time, we're being told this should be a passive park, but now we have parking spots, parking lanes, and restrooms. It's looking less and less like a passive park and more like Roosevelt Park, but.
I guess I don't see that and how you interpret it, but that's fine. Alderman Mulder?
So as I'm sorry, I'm going back and relooking at what we're trying to do tonight. The second, you know, so we approved the endorsement of the name. Whether or not it should be a passive park or an active park, I think we want to see options on that, right? I mean, I know what I think a passive park is. That may not be, as soon as you put kayak trail in there, that becomes somewhat active. I think the one I'm okay with is moving forward with determining how we're gonna remove that house. So the third bullet point, I'd be okay with the city sending out an RFP, trying to figure out how we're gonna get that house out of there. Everything else is off the table for tonight. I mean, we're not gonna decide, I mean, bike racks, benches, of course that's gonna be in a park. I mean, none of that is relevant tonight. What's relevant tonight is moving forward with figuring out what's gonna happen to that house.
One thing is to think about a timeline to be able to start moving forward and have something usable this summer. You're going to have a plan, and there's a lot of timing, because all this stuff has to
summer?
go. Well, all we're doing is getting an RFP. The RFP is gonna come back to you, and you guys are gonna
Right.
say, yeah, do this guy or don't do that guy.
You think we'll be able to use that park this summer?
As a passive park without
5
everything,
months?
depending on when we can get rid of the house. So the house is a tipping point, I would agree with you there. But if we postpone doing the RFP for the design work and the engineering, all we're doing is getting a quote, and when you look at the timelines Mark has done a great job at putting that together with Matt. If we postpone some of these other items, it may not be usable at all this summer. Alderman Kavieski.
All right. First of all, I just want to review real quick for anybody watching at home and just for the record. 525 was negotiated by the Harrow family for purchase and dedication to the city. It was going to be dedicated to the city as a passive park. We allocated $150,000 to fortify the earthen dam and that particular parcel. As part of that opportunity, the public, the community, was presented with that opportunity to raise $1.35 million to buy that property. They have successfully done that, and it is a pretty amazing thing that occurred. And as a result, we have now inherited or been given a liability with a house.
Which you knew,
Which
you knew ahead of
without
time.
a doubt, I'm, again.
Okay.
So from a priority standpoint, we need to figure out what to do with that liability. Because while that liability is there, it's not a usable asset as anything for that particular piece. So from a timeline standpoint and a priority standpoint, we need to figure out what that is, because we've named the parcel. I don't think anybody agreed that it was going to be usable this summer. The priority for completing that park and all of that is yet to be determined. The design has to be done. In my opinion, the design is priority 2. So in priority 1, get rid of identify what to do with the liability. Priority 2, figure out what the design is, because the design is gonna drive the cost. Priority 3 is, where's that money coming from to do that? And what are we bumping in other priorities in order to accomplish that? We have the Northeast Regional Park. We have lots and lots of opportunities with our park system. And by default, I don't know if it's the right thing to make the Rockwell Park the single priority in that spend. I don't know what the design is. I don't know what the council is gonna look at, and I don't know what other money is gonna be.
So one
raised.
missing piece that to make sure council, everybody understands this, Matt and Andy, what you have to understand is that there's a momentum right now to raise more money. If we don't continue that momentum and we delay the RFP for the design, it will kill it for this year period, and it will be really hard to bring it back next year. Not impossible. The goal is to try to raise the money so we have no more city money going in. Plus, when you look at a priority, you still have an additional $50,000 above and beyond that can be used for the design work. Right now, all that we're requesting is to send out the RFP to see where you guys want to go with it at that point. So delaying it, to me, makes no sense because it delays the whole process, and it will kill the opportunity for it to be useful this summer.
So we're only looking to get the RFP?
Correct, and you, and we may
No
Uh-uh.
definitive things are being made or anything along these
Nothing.
lines? I think a lot of, I'm sorry, you know, when it gets this late, is, what happens here is I begin to speak the truth. I think a lot of you just like to hear yourselves talk. The bottom line here is, I think we should just go ahead, look at the RFP, let it come back in front of us, and then at that point in time, start making decisions. Okay? It's that simple. Now, I know you've got another 40 or 50 minutes you got to go ahead and talk to, and you're going to disagree with me, and somebody else is going to say I'm wrong. But I'm telling you, this is what we need to do at this time.
How much,
Alderman Spiegelberg.
Are we ready to start these motions? Because I would make a motion on the
I
removal
just-
of the house.
Did you have another question?
I just had a
for-
question, how much the RFP costs? I don't know if it says it in there or not. How much does this
Doesn't-
cost? to
Doesn't,
just get
doesn't
this
cost us
idea?
nothing. We
No.
did the documents in-house and, you know,
So we put out the request for proposal, we get, you know, the proposals back, and we
Yeah.
can just look at them from there and
Correct.
go
Correct.
from there. How many, and there's just, okay. I mean, I guess I'm okay with that, because it sounds like we're not committing ourselves financially to anything.
No, the council will always have the control as to what this thing turns out, you guys. It's just trying to get the process
I
started.
get it, because my understanding is different, kind of from what everything I'm seeing here. It does seem to be different. Like, I thought we were just trying to make this park safe, you know, to begin with, and make it a passive park, and it seems like there's more to it, but it seems like we can address that once we get the
Yeah.
RFPs back, so.
And it's not just to disagree with you, Kevin, or to keep talking, but we've been given a set of RFP items that are going to be sent out, and we're gonna get back an RFP that's gonna be, it's garbage in, garbage out. Lights shall comply with low DNR standards. We've got electricity should use solar panels, keep the wall, keep the elevation. We've been given a set of directives from a committee that this is the first time we've seen in this package. We're gonna create an RFP, it's gonna come back, it's gonna be either wildly too high to complete all these things, and then we're gonna have to tell the community, no, we can't do it. Or we're gonna have to chop this RFP up and make the right RFP, which is what we can afford to do and what we wanna do. Right now, when I look at half of these items on here, these are overly expensive.
Yeah, I agree.
So, but when you think about what they're looking at is create a master plan, and that may be phased over multiple years, you guys. So it's not like, okay, we got to raise another $1 million or something to do this whole thing and finish it. If you have a big picture and you have a plan, then you can price it, then you can see, and you can look at it and say, geez, we really don't need bathrooms, let's cut those out. But that's the directive that the design committee and the Park and Rec group are looking for. And if we're going to say we're going to take stuff out of here because of price, how can you do that? We don't even know what it costs. Plus, you had a group of people that worked on this for months that gave a recommendation, and then you'll still be able to modify it. Yes, Attorney Riffle, are you just stretching?
No, I'm on anything that this committee, that don't look to the common council for one penny.
That's the goal. That's the goal.
Well, no, that's what they've been told.
They haven't been told, they've been told that that's the goal, is that it will,
This common council said that. I was sitting in this room.
Yep.
So they better hear that. But if you get this design in here and it costs, you know, everything they want with their bells and whistles, and it's, you know, a $2,100,000 project, from what I've heard from his council, at least up to now, is that, okay, go get $2.1 million if you want to do that.
So if I can just, so in the RFP for the engineering of it, there's a series of meetings like what we've done with Thackeray Trail and things like that, where they actually have to come back and discuss, and like I said, it's the Park and Rec Board, it's the council, it's the design committee, as to what do we really want? What items go into this? We need to bring the people in that do this type of work. I don't design parks. If it was up to me, I'd cover it with asphalt and we'd never have to mow it, you know, but I build streets. I'd build streets. But, you know, so this gives everybody involved a chance to work on what the design engineers are going to come back with and a budget for that. So that's the intent there.
Alderman Kavieski.
I agree, we need to move forward with the design. Without the design, we don't have any costs, we don't have any vision, we don't have anything, which was one of the things I brought up a while ago. We need the design. I agree, garbage in, garbage out. We set the expectations with the community that it's gonna be a 5 million, 2 million, whatever it is, and then start taking things away, it's gonna be ugly. But we need to have a design. In the meantime, we have a liability. Do we own this piece of property now?
Yeah.
We do.
We own a house.
Yes, we do.
We own a house.
Yeah,
Are there tenants there?
yeah.
We have tenants.
Yes, we do.
We need to figure that out.
Being cheap rent, I've met them.
It's in
So,
process, don't worry.
From a priority standpoint, that's more of a priority to me right now than the design is.
It's not one or the other. You can do both at the same time. I just don't get it.
To go.
This is not rocket science. I mean, I agree with the priority on the house, and I think that's really important.
Well,
Getting the other RFP, what you're doing is you're looking at it one time, saying, hey, I want to take this out or that, or I think this may be too much. And what you've had is you've had members from the Park and Rec Board, you've had Mark involved, you've had Craig involved, you've had a group of people working on it, say, hey, here's our big picture idea, let's see if we can do it. Create a master plan and see if it's something you can do. And then from that, you make the adjustments. So garbage in, garbage out, I agree of it to a point, but I don't agree to it in this project in the way it's laid out, because these people have thought and spent a lot of time saying, in the ideal world, we can do this. We've already raised over $2 million, period. And they're willing to try to raise more. And we didn't tell them that they had to raise more. Alderman Zapfel.
I'd like to put forth a motion to put out an RFP for what to do with the house to be removed.
Second. Lou.
Ellis?
Any further, Alderman Rogers.
You started saying it and I was catching it. Who's all on the design committee? I mean, there's a group of just
There's
citizens?
about, 7 people? I don't know who everybody is on it.
Vote on the motion.
I know Craig and
motion on the
I,
Yeah.
and then there's probably, I'm gonna guess 6 or 7 private
And
citizens.
then we have, don't you have one from, from the Rec Board, Park and Rec Board?
We have a motion on the floor,
No.
Mayor.
Yeah, let's do the
Sorry, we have a
Yeah,
motion
let's
on
do
the floor, and it's been second. Any further discussion? Call roll, please.
1 second, I don't know why, but the whole motion just blew out.
Would you like him to remake the motion?
No, I know the motion, I'm just
Okay.
retyping it.
Just one moment, we're typing it in.
Okay, so I gotta save it before it goes away on me. Ivan, this thing is jumping all over the place.
Well, while we're sitting here, let's let the record reflect, we're not beholden to anything
this
that's
thing
being put in this
jumped. I didn't even
RFP,
go
right?
here.
Let's just,
Save
we're
my
all
motion.
remembering that right
Now
here.
I can't
This,
find the
you
box
know,
to
because
save
I'm
my
afraid
motion.
we're gonna come back to here and we're gonna be like, oh, these are things we agreed on, you know, we talked
No,
about this,
no.
and we're all on the same
that's not
page.
the point, it's
I
to-
know,
it's-
we're all on the same page, there's no
We
beholden.
Around
we
here. If you
agreed that
touch one
150
thing,
would
it's
be
so
spent on
finicky. My whole
improvements.
That's what
motion
I
is
remember
already-
too.
Potentially, it's gonna be spent on everything, and that's
Okay,
not what we
gotta
talked
save
about.
I
That's not
remember,
in the
I
way the
agree,
budget is.
I agree with that.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mayor.
I agree.
I'm ready.
You ready? Okay. Call roll, please.
Okay. Alderman Kavieski.
Aye.
Alderman Rogers.
Aye.
Alderman Rozak.
Aye.
Alderman Zaffel.
Aye.
Alderman Ellis.
Aye.
Alderman Spiegelberg.
Aye.
Alderman Mulder.
Aye.
Alderman Shell Pepper.
Aye.
Would
Okay.
someone entertain a motion to move forward the second RFP?
So moved, Spiegelberg?
Second, Zaffel.
Open any further discussion?
This is a no,
Call-
this does not behold the council nor the city,
No.
nor is it gonna cost us any money to get the RFP back.
We'll have to approve the acceptance of the proposal as a council.
It will cost you the cost of publication.
Yep. And, okay, go ahead.
So, have a motion and a second, open for comments. Alderman Spiegelberg.
Okay, I agree with the mayor, this is not one or the other. I think we need to keep moving on this process, so it doesn't cost us anything except publication to get this RFP out. It keeps us moving in the process. We have say over everything that's on that list. And I also think by keeping this process moving, we actually have a way to manipulate the numbers and what we're actually spending versus delaying this. So that's my opinion.
Alderman Kavieski.
I'm in favor in doing this RFP. Before we conclude though, I want some clarity in regards to the $150,000 and how that's being spent before we conclude this meeting.
Let's stay with the motion at hand, and then we'll come to that.
Yep.
Motion at hand. Call
Yeah,
roll, please.
Well, just for comment I'm voting against the RFP because I think there are items, people put items in, and now we're being told we can't even talk about putting items out. So, look, I think we should move forward with the project, we should move forward with the design, but there's some stuff in there that are, pie in the sky number stuff, and I think we're gonna be surprised when we get that RFP back, and people are gonna be shocked, so.
Alderman Spiegelberg.
But this is just their overall wish list right now. We have control over actually what will be approved. So I think it's more beneficial for us to approve this tonight and keep moving with this process and then drill down on these things after the RFP comes back.
Karen, no, here's why you're wrong. When we did back here, when we did the boardwalk, the city council came up with the vision for what we were gonna vote on, and then we did the RFP. We get a vision of exactly what we wanted it to look like, what we were gonna spend, what we were gonna put there. What we've been given is a list of 15 items. And go do the RFP, and then come back and say, well, yeah, but if we move this, then we're gonna have to move this. We haven't been given a vision of what this is going to be, and now we're creating an RFP for a vision that we have not created and have no input in at this point.
So I think this
So-
can happen on a lot of different types of projects like that, and there are others that are going the same way this way. And I understand what you're saying from a
call
process
the question, Mayor.
standpoint. What's that?
I call the question, Mayor.
Yes?
Want roll call.
Call roll, please.
Alderman Kavieski.
Aye.
Alderman Rogers.
Nay.
Alderman Rozak.
Nay.
Alderman Zaffel.
Aye.
Alderman Ellis.
Aye.
Alderman Spiegelberg.
Aye.
Alderman Mulder.
Aye.
Alderman Shell Pepper.
Nay.
Passes.
So we do have the issue of the 150,000, but that's not on the agenda. That was just a discussion item. So we'll need to bring that back, guys, and I'd like to ask if we have any staff reports. And any comments from aldermen? No comments from mayor. I'd entertain a motion to adjourn. All in
Mulder,
favor?
second. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you all for staying.